Shabbat shalom, Mark. Beautiful study last night.
Shalom, June. All esteem to Yahusha.
Yes. Praise Yahusha.
All right. Everybody's still asleep, I guess.
Well, I guess so. You keep us up late on this side of town.
It's all that crazy partying we're doing.
Oh, I know. Get Sweetie all ramped up there. Hey, Amber.
Hi. Babe, they're on.
Hey, my hair is
Okay, Pope.
Hi, Sandra.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Oh, I'm so grateful. Thank you.
We said, well, Sandra's not
I
first.
said, Sandra's not on there. Where is Sandra at? So
Here I am.
here you are. Yay.
Got your hair all looking good.
Yes.
Well, I don't know about all that, but at least I got a piece of strand of hair. I'm grateful.
Well, that's nice.
Well, thank you. I could have none.
Hey.
Hi, Ross.
How
That's
y'all doing?
We're good. We're thankful for you.
I'm thankful for everybody on here.
Praise Yahuwah for
I
one
was sitting
another.
here waiting all morning.
Yeah.
We do the same thing. I'm not only on a countdown to Shabbat, I'm on a countdown to get on here. I'm like, oh my goodness, 30 more minutes. Oh boy, just 20 more minutes.
Yeah.
I just get so excited. I just can't wait to see all your faces. Hallelujah. Yeah.
It truly is a holiday season right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's awful.
It's awful.
I was thinking the other day, I was saying, you know how you get a little weary in your being. And then I thought about it. I say, Yahuwah, you've been waiting since forever. Since, he's from everlasting to everlasting. Look out, that's how long he's been waiting.
Yeah.
I said, these are just light afflictions. I said, let me buckle up, Buttercup.
Let me put my light on. It truly is that he has suffered the longest of anybody. Nobody has suffered as long as him. He's known everything from the beginning.
Yeah, and he's the one that designed for everyone to behave as they are behaving. Think about that.
True.
He's the one that hardens the heart, and he's the one that softens the heart.
It's all to make us stronger.
Yeah, so we have to, I guess it's to teach us his patience and long suffering, and it teaches us forbearance and endurance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop that, Speedy. Speedy messing around with that share screen. I'm sorry about that. Stop it, Speedy. Leave it alone.
I never seen something so dead act so much. That's the way the world is today. Dead men walking.
The zombie apocalypse.
That's a good one, Sister Rod. It is. Where's Sister Phyllis?
She'll be here.
I usually hear from her first thing in the morning, and we didn't contact each other this morning. We talked to each other yesterday, but she was doing great. So she's just a little late today, getting a head start there.
But competitive field doesn't come on the beef bill, so I guess it just sets up. Houses. She got to get used to it, I guess. It's a
So, Miss
beautiful day. What kind of weather do you have over there?
last week we've got here in Tennessee, we got a high of 46 today. It hit 20. No, it was 24 last night. It hit 24 last night. So that's as high as it's going to get today. The last time I stuck my head out there, it was still 38. So
Ooh, I think the high here will be 47.
that's crazy.
It was 27 when I first.
Yeah, beat.
Yeah.
So Amber, where are you, Amber? What temperature do you have this morning?
We're in Colorado, Denver, Colorado. It is
Yeah.
24 right now.
Okay.
And we even got a little bit of, we woke up to snow this morning. So
Oh,
Wow, you're only
Yeah.
60 miles away from me. I'm in Colorado Springs.
yeah, and I figured that's where you were, but I didn't know for sure, and I didn't want to ask on camera. But
Are you
I
guys
remember when we
visiting?
first studied, yeah.
Are you visiting or did you move here?
No, we've always lived here. I'm born and raised in Colorado.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I didn't know you were my neighbor. Well, everybody's our neighbor, but
yeah,
sounds like you guys got to have lunch together one day.
right. We need to. Yes, that would be awesome. I
That's
thought you were
really
super
great.
cool.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Did you get snow in Colorado Springs?
I don't see any snow.
No, maybe not. Yeah. They
You're
said some places
you're
were gonna
closer
get
to the
snow.
mountains in Denver, so you always are gonna get the snow before we do.
Yes, we actually
Yeah.
went ice fishing. Well, we tried to go ice fishing yesterday, but it's not frozen yet. So,
Oh wow!
but
Where'd
yes,
you
we're gonna
go?
hopefully go in 2 weeks. We went to Ontario,
Okay.
which is like past the Bailey a little bit. So, yeah.
Wow, how nice.
Yeah, it's almost frozen. There was 2 guys out there, and they were like on like the, just like the rim of it. So, yeah.
Wow.
But
Nice.
yeah, getting
Nice.
cold here.
Oh yeah.
Do
I
you
have a niece that lives there.
fish? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was saying, do you actually catch fish?
Oh
And
yeah.
it's in the going ice fishing like
Oh
that?
yeah. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's really fun.
Ah.
Yeah, we do it every year. So, yeah, it's really nice.
I would have thought their metabolism would have slowed down to where they wouldn't have been eating it.
No, not at all. I think we catch more fish ice fishing than we do in the summertime.
What kind of fish?
Rainbow, trout, brown. Yeah, plus we go up to like Granby. Granby is usually where we go.
Uh-huh.
But it's not cold enough up there, so we tried to go somewhere else. But either way, we got to wait like probably a couple weeks. So, and we had a hot summer, and the summer lasted for forever. So, yeah. What about you, Ross? Where do you live?
I live right outside of New Orleans.
Oh, okay.
And it's been a while since I went fishing, and we're at 69 degrees today. So,
Okay.
yeah. But last night it was chilly. The night before, the weather was the wind just sounded so cold
Yeah.
because it was just blowing in, and yesterday was just chilly. But I want to go fishing. It's been a while since I've been fishing, so yeah.
We love to fish.
Me too.
So yeah, you'll have to go.
I like to fish too,
You too?
but it's been years ago since I've gone fishing. When my husband died, we had broke up before he died, but I haven't fished since then. I got a piece of fishing equipment in the trunk of my car, but I need to get a new pole and some baits and some lures and flies and things like that. I caught a 21-inch pike up at 11 Mile, and then over at on Fort Carson, that was before they had security as tight as they are. They got 5 lakes over there. You can go fishing. I caught a 20-inch trout over there.
Wow.
Oh.
Of course, I threw all of them back because I don't like no fish over 18 inches. The meat
Right.
just The meat just don't taste so good when they get old.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what they say. Plus, the older fish, we want them to get bigger. So it's usually just the catch for us.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's relaxing and I enjoy it.
Yeah,
Like being out on
we
the
fish
water.
too, but yeah.
Yeah, we had one of those inflatable. You can get out on the water and just sit
Right.
there. Like, oh wow, it's like being in another world.
It is so nice.
You guys are so close. But did you know that the elevation here in Colorado Springs is over 6,000 feet versus the 5,000 feet in Denver?
Yes.
Oh wow.
Higher elevation, and you know the higher the elevation, it's not good for your bones and joints.
Right.
Well, I think that is so delightful. I learned new information today.
We used to go fishing for the small fish because my ex used to work for the aquarium, the swamp exhibit in the Audubon Zoo. And you can't put big fish into an exhibit, so you have to go for the little ones. And so people would look at us like we were crazy because we would get excited over a fish this big.
Wow.
It was all about them being really small and growing up.
Oh, I never knew that.
Yeah. So, but been a long time for fishing. I really enjoy it though.
Yes, ma'am. It is beautiful. Hi.
Hey,
Hey, Oz, how's it doing in your neck of the woods? Oh, can't hear you. He's going to have to check that out. Nope. Well, it was a good test.
Mr. Three Job said, I don't have patience to wait, fish waiting and waiting for them to steal my bait. That's funny.
Can you hear me now?
We got you.
Okay.
Yes.
Wait, what did you say, Jim?
I don't remember. I said, how is it going in your neck of the woods? Is what
Oh, well, it's getting cold up here.
Uh-huh.
Good. Well, not so good. My car broke down yesterday, and I'm just
no.
yeah,
no.
big problem. I don't know what the problem is, but all car problems usually tend to be big problems.
There's Miss Phyllis. Oh, I know it. Cars are they're.
It depends on them.
You just don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. It was a brake. It's a brake thing. The brake fluid leaked off the pilot tire, the left front tire. So then you brake and it's like a sponge. It doesn't.
Scary.
All I see is a big bill.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what's happening up here. Other than that, everything is a blessing.
That's right.
Yeah. And probably this was a blessing too, because we were leaving to Toronto, which is a 2.5-hour drive in a super fast highway.
See there?
So, yeah,
right.
We couldn't go because of this. So it probably also was a blessing.
That's right. I agree.
When things happen like that, I always think, well, what could we have run into, or what could, there could always be something that he's stopping you from going and getting into. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure. No,
yeah.
I definitely see it. It's like, well, I'm sure Yahuwah had a good reason.
When Lou would take the wrong turn and I'd kind of get mad, like, oh, we're going to be late, he'll say, but we won't be in that accident that's up ahead that we would have been in.
Right. True that. But yeah, other than that, it's all good. It's all good in this part of the woods. You know, I mean, this is Canada. Things are. It's a strange place. We came to live back in Canada after 4 years of not living here. So things have changed quite a lot here in the past 4 years. We can feel it and you can tell.
That's not true. Every year we visited Canada.
We visited, but we weren't living here. It's different when you're like now living here. It's but other than that, it's pretty good. How about you guys? It's all good on that on the south.
Oh yeah, we got a high of 46. Did I say 46 or 48? I can't remember now. I've heard so many temperatures today.
I don't know. Amber's
Yeah.
got snow though.
Yeah, so Amber and Chris have a little bit of snow flurries there. I think she
Oh,
said.
really? Where do you guys live?
They're
Where
in
they-
Denver, she said.
Where?
Hey, Chance.
Hey,
Hey,
Chance.
Chance.
So
We're frozen, and looks like we're going to stay frozen for several days.
Oh wow.
20s, 40s to 20s, from 30s to 20s. But I would like to put in a shameless plug for Torah Institute. My son is starting a new thing where he's reading a verse of scripture every day. I think he's going to do it in the morning. And if you all would go to Torah Institute and listen to his verse all the way through and subscribe, it would really boost him and his efforts to do this.
Oh wow. Hallelujah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
How are you, Chance?
Shalom, my brothers and sisters. I'm good, Oz. How about you?
Good,
I'm getting
man.
pounded with some snow here. We got, I don't know, if it wasn't Shabbat, I'd be out shoveling. You know what I mean? It's that bad. So,
Right. Where do you live in New York?
Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota. Okay. No, we don't have snow here yet. It's
Don't worry. You're right above me.
It's
You're
coming, I know.
It's gonna come.
Definitely coming because we had snow. We just don't have it anymore.
Yeah, this one
Be
that
very specific and particular about it.
Not just that, it's definitely coming.
yeah, I've been hearing the snowplow guys coming by every half hour now. So
Oh, okay. So this is snowing hard then.
my daughter, she keeps talking to me. She's like, "Let's go shovel." I said, "Oh, I'm glad it's so fun for you. Don't worry, you'll get the big shovel this time. Let's see how."
Hey, and you get a workout, man.
Yeah.
No, I mean, but you take them like sliding, and do you have a hill around there that you can go sliding or something?
Well, she remembers Daddy. She remembers Daddy saying, "We'll make some snow forts." So now she's holding me to that, but her way is, "Let's go shoveling." Yeah.
Right.
So we'll see how that goes. Sundown, we'll probably go out there and at least do the end of the driveway so we can get out of here. Doesn't look like it's letting up. It's coming down right now, so I got it looking out the window right here.
Well, they say it's gonna be a cold winter. I mean, I don't know what that really means, but
Yeah.
winter, yeah, it's supposed to be like pretty cold. It was a very snowy winter last year.
For you guys?
Yeah, well, I mean, we live in a very southern part of the country, and we live in an island. So a lot of the winds from the north get dispersed by the lake winds, so we don't get that much snow. Which we like the snow. We prefer snow than just pure cold, right? Cold without snow, yeah.
I like snow. I could do without the fridge, the coldness, but
Right.
I'm pretty warm. I'm a pretty warm dude. You know what I mean? Like everybody's wearing jackets around me, and I'm wearing a sweatshirt type thing. You know, so I stay pretty warm. But
Right.
I'm getting older now, though, so you know what I mean. That
you can feel it in your
oh
bones.
yeah, it's starting to leave. Like my hair, you know, it left.
You better get you an Abishag like Daoud did.
What do you
It's
say?
start-
Thank you.
I said it's starting
Get
to
him
leak
an
like my hair.
Abishag like Daoud did to keep him warm. The Shunammite.
Well, for us, I hope that we don't get the snow like we did last year. I was in Pensacola and we had about 10 inches of snow, and that's unusual. And then in New Orleans area, they got about 10 or more inches, and which is also very unusual. And it just paralyzes the South when it's like that with snow. It really does. That was such a freaky thing last year.
My brothers and sisters, it's so nice to be around like-minded. I just realized that, I was getting a little wore out with those around me. They just, like Yahusha, he always said, "Oh, you of little belief." You know what I mean? And I look around me and I'm just like, man, these so tough. Sometimes being of belief, and others are, it's with endurance. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to be around. I don't know. I hope you can understand what I'm saying. I can't express it the way I understand it. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's just they're not like-minded. They're, I don't know. They believe, right? But they don't obey. So that's all, right? So that's, hopefully Yahuwah shines his light upon their, and enlightens them. But it's so nice and refreshing to be here in this assembly with like-minded. I appreciate you all, and my heart is with you, truly, and I do love you.
Were you feeling a little bit like Lot, where they vexed your soul?
Man.
Remember, Yahuwah's been waiting ever since eternity.
Chance, did you
like that? Say, well, Father, you've been waiting since forever.
Long suffering, yes. He's been long suffering with us. What were you going to say, Phyllis?
I was wondering if you had a chance to listen to Mark last night. That's what he kept saying. You're believing it, but they're not doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, James really hits on that tough. Belief without works, it's dead, for example, like believing in Yahuwah and his protection, but people will go and do things on their own for their own protection, right? And it's like, oh yeah, I believe, but I still protect myself. You know what I mean? Like at some point, I completely put, my trust and my belief into Yahuwah and his provisions and his sustaining and providing abilities. I'm not going to go to extenuating circumstances to try to stop what will be. At some point, you're going to have that belief versus your own sustaining, providing efforts. You know what I mean? There's a separation there. You know what I mean? So.
I mean, but there is also there is an old Arab saying that says, "Believe in Allah, but tie up your camel." So it's like, yes, you still have your belief for Yahuwah, but you can't really try him that your horse or your camel is not gonna run away because you're not tying. Like there was like this graphic that somebody showed me the other day that it was like the ones who believe in the God, and then you have like a line of a bunch of people who say that believe, and then you have the other line that says obey Elohim, and there's just a few people on that line, right? So it's like
it sounds like the narrow gate.
And a lot of people say they believe, but in your belief you have to obey. If you don't obey, then you don't truly believe. So it's like, which one is it really, the one that?
Well, we know the obedience is the narrow gate. That's the narrow gate. You got to go through the fire, man. You got to obedience to that Torah, man, you got to overcome your flesh. Because the lust of the flesh, the passions and the desires of it is disobedience to the Torah. If you obey that Torah, you have beat up your flesh. You've put that thing in the water and you've left it there. It's so, that's the narrow gate, is your obedience, because that means you're not doing what you truly desire to do in your flesh. You know what I mean? But for us, I was to say this. So I had a man come to me and he said, so what if a murderer comes into your house and it says do not murder? Are you going to murder him if he's going to murder your family? And I said, man, I knew what he was doing to me. He was trying me. And I said, I believe in Yahuwah. And I trust that he protects me and provides for me and keeps me out of these situations. He protects his people. If I'm doing right, I ain't got to worry. I ain't got to put my mind on that. But he's sitting here, he's trying to bring, he's trying the Torah is what he's doing. He's rejecting the Torah. He's rejecting that which is in us, the Ruach, But he's over here and he's, I have compassion on him. I feel bad for him. But he says, I'm a good man. Oh, I'm a good man. I said, do you know what the Torah is? Do you know what the commandments are? It's impossible for us to be doing any kind of good if we're not in obedience. And he said, he rattled off a couple, like do not steal and stuff like that. But I'm like, that's the knowledge of good and evil. If we're in obedience to the Torah, we're doing good. We're doing good in our Creator's eyes. If we're outside of that, we're doing what is called evil. And he's like, no, I'm good. And he's just kind of like testing. But he said, what if a murderer comes into your house, right? Trying to kill your family. Are you going to kill him? And I said, whoa, man, I believe in my Creator, Yahuwah, and I don't think he'll put me in that position. And if it is, what will be, will be. You can't stop it. You know what I mean? At some point, I had to, that ruins your peace. If you dwell in that kind of stuff, man, your peace is going to be gone. You're always worried about the what ifs. At some point, you got to put that belief, that amunah into Yahuwah and provide that he provides, it sustains us. It protects us. So that's the difference between belief and belief. You know what I mean? The fleshy belief and then the love of Yahuwah. You know what I mean? There's a separation there. If you catch does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense. I do still have like this, I guess, like little space that still kind of like comes back into my mind of like, yes, I believe, and I believe that, but I also believe that he will try me if I deserve, right? So therefore, I mean, in the example that you just gave, I do think like you have the right to defend your family, and I mean, if Yahuwah tries you with that, you have the 100% right to defend your property and defend your family against any attack, right? And including, if that includes, defending with lethal force, that's what it will be. But your belief is still there, and hopefully, and if he's is willing to do that to you, I guess, I don't know, believe. But tied up the camel, they do run away. Tied up the dog, they're not just gonna stay around. We have to like we will live in this world no matter what. I feel, and it's like there is forces.
I don't want to hurt you.
Trying to, make us take different decisions against Yahuwah's will and against his laws and his commands, and take us away from obedience. Well, in the particular example you gave,
he was out here the whole
and
time.
I do think that you have the absolute right. I don't know if you don't believe that. You didn't say that, but I do think that you have the total right to defend your home and defend your family with force, even if it's lethal force, if it's required. Don't you think so? Do you think that you will be going?
I wouldn't, if I were to dig into that, I'm not going to let somebody hurt my family, right? But, what I'm trying to get at is the separation between you know, trusting in Yahuwah or trusting in your own abilities? Which one do you trust in? You know what I mean? Do you give all your trust and belief into Yahuwah that he's got you? Or are you gonna go into your own flesh and be like, I can handle, you know, I can do this. You know what I mean? And it's so there's a fine line there, you know what I mean? But you know, Yahuwah takes care of his righteous. He's not gonna let nothing happen to his righteous people. If we're doing good, we ain't gotta even, you know, put our mind on that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? We get led astray by our own desires in our flesh, you know what I mean? We're not, Yahuwah is not enticed. We're enticed by our own desires, you know what I mean?
You
So,
know,
you know what I mean?
just asking Lou, you know, just what would you do if somebody, you know, would you trust Yahusha to protect you, or would you protect yourself? And he said, I trust Yahusha to tell me if I need to work through him, or if he needs to work through me to protect my family. So if he tells you to protect your family, you be ready and do that. That was Lou's answer.
Questions like that come up as a test too. We have to look at everything that he's testing us to see what we would say and what we would do.
Yeah.
I had something like that this morning and last night.
It's an interesting line of question, you know, because it's like things of that nature do come even to the righteous. I mean, I think more to the righteous than the unrighteous even. You know, it's like, you know, ultimately it's like a lot of the disciples, you know, they got hanged or they chopped their head off. I mean, danger is out there. It does exist. And, you know, I do think that your belief definitely will help you protect and prevent, but also your ability to be aware that, you know, things of that nature do really happen to people and they exist, and have to be ready in your obedience and your belief to act, you know, righteously. You're not going to go and murder anybody, but you are going to righteously, you know, defend yourself and defend others when, you know, the time needs to be. You know, I think so.
It could be too that the question came up just so that we could have this discussion.
It's a hard question. You know what I mean? It's a separation thing. You know what I mean? The Nabim, the prophets, they had to go with the will of Yahuwah, and they were brought into captivity. Some of them were cut in half. Some of them were beheaded. We were reckoned as sheep. Sheep led to slaughter all day long. You know what I mean? That's what it says. You know, so at some point, you know, what if they're going to come grab you up and bring you right over in front of the Sanhedrin, whip you and lash you? You know what I mean? Are you going to fight and resist? Or are you going to be given the word at that time to say what you need to say to these people? You know what I mean? It's a tough one, man. You know, it's a hard one right there.
Chance, where is that scripture that says, I know that you're quoting, but I can't remember where it says that the sheep come to slaughter all day long? Was that a direct quote, or was that just paraphrased?
I know Paul said that in one of his writings. I'll have to look for it, Phyllis, but he did say, we are reckoned as sheep for slaughter all day long. I don't know if I'm not doing it verbatim, but that's what
Okay.
it says is, you know, we're reckoned as sheep for slaughter all day long, you know.
I've heard it before. I just couldn't remember where it was.
Yeah, I got hit with that one. I mean, that one, this guy, he's I'm pretty sure he's an atheist of some sort, and he was trying the commands, right? because I was talking to this Christian gentleman about the Torah of Yahuwah and the knowledge of good and evil. And he came up out of nowhere and he was like, so if we're not supposed to murder and an intruder comes into your house, da 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 da, and tries to murder your family, and I'm just like, you know, I know it's a trying of the Torah. You know, he's trying.
Call
You know, he's
upon him.
trying.
He's your defense, and he's your weapon of defense. So call upon him if you encountered in that. Be prepared to say, Yahusha, deliver me. Stop this. Because I think those writings in Malachi and Chronicles is an example of how so many times the enemy has entered into our way, but they had to call upon him to see how to get their deliverance in every situation. Just remember to call upon him, so and be able to hear his voice to tell you what to do. Do I at this time defend myself, or do I lay down and die? He will direct your path. He said, acknowledge him in all your ways, and he will direct your path. And that's how that doesn't have to, that question is going to be, what is your will for me in this situation? I need to hear your voice, Father. Direct me, guide me. First thing to do is to call out to him in prayer. And remember, he controls that person, that anybody that approaches us, the breath of life they breathe comes from the Father. And he just may be trusting to see if we're going to trust in him, or are we going to do it ourselves. I say trust in him. Remember when I think about Daoud was getting ready to go down there, and he was taking Nabal out of the game. But what did Abiyail do? She rushed over there and said, please don't let this blood be up on your hands. She used wisdom and stopped Daoud from defending himself. So that's a good example. And Yahusha said, we are, I think it's the scripture that he said, I send you out as sheep among wolves. So that's the nature of the beast that we encounter, because they of the enemy. But we overcome evil with good always.
It was Romans 8:36.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So you hear that, Sister Phyllis?
As it has been written, for your sake we are killed all yom long. We are reckoned as sheep of slaughter.
I mean,
What does that mean?
we die daily, like Yahusha did. He despised the shame. He said he despised I think it's in Hebrews where he despised the stake, but he despised the shame, but he still went through it because that was what he was appointed to do, to go through that. And that's when we have to really know that one-on-one voice with him. I don't know. I've been praying to be like Stephen if I have to encounter that, because when they was gnashing up on Stephen with his teeth, he said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And if you read in Matthew 5, 6, and 7, we every day Yahuwah is being abused. Every day his love is being violated. But yet he still shows love and kindness. So my thing is to not love my life unto death. Whatever it takes, let not my flesh, don't react in the flesh, react in the love of Yahuwah. So that's something that you have to ask Father for, to give, to be willing to not love our life. But did he tell Smyrna in Revelation, some of you will be cast into prison for 10 days, but you endure to the end. In other words, maintain righteousness at all times is my goal for me. And I know that won't save me, but I know if I call upon his name, he'll deliver me. unless unless it's his will. This is my way to go. Okay, help me. There's a scripture in there that says, yea, though you slay me, yet will I serve you. Uh-oh. Teacher.
Shabbat shalom, everybody. How y'all doing?
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, brother.
Everybody's doing
Shabbat
fine.
shalom, brother.
All right. Okay, well, I'm glad everybody's here. We got a new study. We're just going to start a new study today on Exodus. And so we finished Genesis last week, where Joseph has died now, and the children of Israel are finding themselves in a pickle barrel because they're still in Egypt, and they've multiplied exceedingly, and there's a new Pharaoh in town, and who didn't know Joseph or his contributions. And so he sees the Israelites, children of Israel, as threats and potential slaves. And so he begins to do all kinds of crazy stuff to them. And it goes on from there. So here we go. Exodus. Who wants to start us off on our new study here? Chapter 1. Go ahead, fellas.
Shemoth, Exodus chapter 1. And these are the names of the children of Israel who came to Mitzrayim with Jacob, each one with his household: Reuben, Shimon, Levi, and Yehuda, Issachar, Zebulun, Benjamin, Dan, and Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. And all those who were descendants of Jacob were 70 beings, as Joseph was already in Mitzrayim. And Yusuf died, and all his brothers, and all that generation. And the children of Israel bore fruit and increased very much, multiplied and became very strong, and the land was filled with them.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so now Joseph died. Now all his brothers are dead. All the original tribe, the whole generation's dead. And so the children are multiplying here, increasing very greatly, very much. And they're become a very strong tribe altogether, right? Okay, and the land was filled with them. Okay, so the children of Israel bore fruit and increased very much. What does that mean? What's fruit in the Hebrew mindset? Can be several things, right? Go ahead, Ross.
Showing the Father in them. That's what one of the fruits is. The other fruit is bearing children. But to me, the best thing is the Father showing, like his the fruit of the Ruach.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. In a more advanced stage, it is right now. Just this is kind of more speaking literal fruit, and so the children of would be fruit. So Israel, and it's important to understand that later on in your walk that in Hebrew, children are considered fruit. Okay, and then what would be the other one in the literal sense? Phyllis?
Wealth of goods and livestock and things that they produce.
Well, that could be, yeah. But I'm more speaking more of humanity, mankind type thing. And so basically, go to the book of John. Probably explain it better. We just read it. So John, let's say 15. Back up what Ross said here, 15, 16. says, "You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you that you should go and bear fruit, and that your fruit should endure, so that whatever you ask the Father in my name, he might give you." Okay, so what is this type of fruit here? Ross?
It's the fruit of the Ruach, love,
Right.
joy, shalom, kindness, meekness, long suffering, all of that.
Go and bear fruit. So children is also in this in a literal sense. Remember when we talked about scripture presents a literal aspect and then a spiritual as well in a lot of different cases. And so we could see this as children. We could see this as spiritual fruit, which we don't produce on our own. How do we get spiritual fruit? The works of the flesh is well known. It's not spiritual fruit. So how do we get spiritual fruit? Ross?
The Father gives it as a gift.
It's all a gift. And so we get it by how? How does he give it? How do we receive it?
Obedience. Oh,
what is it?
Sorry.
Phyllis?
Just receiving the Ruach and letting the Ruach produce through you manifest itself.
Right. And so the spiritual fruits really belong to Yahusha, right? The spirit of Yahusha is not man's fruit. Men don't produce that kind of fruit. So the only way for us to get it is to be immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh. Okay, so now look at John 4, and we'll see a different type of fruit here. And kind of important to try to see this. So John 4:36 and 38 says, "He who is reaping receives a reward and gathers fruit for everlasting life, so that both he who is sowing and he who is reaping rejoice together. For in this the word is true. One sows and another reaps." So what's that talking about? What's it talking about? Gain fruit to gathers fruit for everlasting life. What type? Yahuwah? I mean, Yahuwah. Ross?
Well, it's the one that's giving is that they're getting pleasure for the giving of it because they received it freely. And then the one that's receiving it is receiving it freely. And they're both happy at the same time because they're both receiving something and having joy for giving it out. So receiving it and giving it. Kinda?
Yeah, we're going a different way now. A little bit different angle here. We're getting off of that one. Okay. But I mean, you're elaborating on the first one we talked about, which is correct, but we're going somewhere else. Talita?
Bearing fruit, it's people. Like it's talking about people, like believers, other people to believe. Yeah.
That's right. Exactly. And so when we find out that we have to bring somebody else with us to the banquet, we have to bring a guest. We have to have somebody with us. We can't show up alone. We'll be counted as worthless servants and thrown into the outer darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of the teeth. So you can't show up alone. You got to bring at least one person with you. Okay. And so this is a collection of fruit, speaking of somebody else. Yahuwah, this is kind of amazing to me. This is extremely amazing. Look over here at John 15 real quick. We're on this subject. 15:5 and 6 says, "I am the vine, you are the branches. He who remains in me and I in him, he bears much fruit, because without me you are unable to do nothing. You are able to do nothing. If anyone does not remain in me, he is thrown away as a branch and dries up, and they gather them and throw them into the fire, and they're burned." See that? So if you don't bring fruit, you're going to be thrown into the fire. You worthless branch, man. You dried up. As far as he's concerned, you didn't produce any fruit. So if you think, oh, cool, man, I got it. I'm in, man. I'm cool. And you don't produce fruit, you're just a dried up branch. You're going to be bundled up and thrown into the fire. So look over at 16 again. 15, 16 again. You did not choose me, I chose you and appointed you that you should go and bear fruit and that your fruit should endure. So your fruit has to endure. So that means you're responsible for your fruit. You have a responsibility to your fruit. It has to endure. So that wherever you ask of the Father in his name, he might give you. So you can't force somebody to endure, but you can definitely try to keep them nice and clean. Don't let them just sit there in a bucket and start rotting. If they just sit there touching each other and not doing it, fruit rots, doesn't it? And so what if you go and turn the fruit over and change and wash it and keep it clean and dry, that fruit won't rot. So you're kind of responsible for maintaining your fruit, if you can see what I'm saying here. So back over to John 4 then. This becomes very interesting now, where it says, he who is reaping a reward receives a reward and gathers fruit for everlasting life, so that both he who is sowing and he who is reaping rejoice together. For in this the word is true. One sows, another reaps. I send you to reap that for which you have not labored. See that? So maybe you didn't labor. Maybe you didn't do anything. Maybe this person has already been exposed to the truth by somebody else, but yet you find them and then you teach them a better way, kind of like Priscilla and Aquila did, right? To Apollos. Others have labored. See that? Others have labored, and you have entered into their labors. Okay, so to pick up on this is extremely important, okay? So Yahuwah, it requires for you to produce fruit, okay? But he loves you so much that he allows us to reap fruit that we have not sown, so we may be accepted into the kingdom. Are you picking up what I'm laying down on this? This is extremely important. You didn't do nothing. You didn't labor, man. You came in behind somebody else that did all the work, and you started picking the fruit and gathered the fruit for yourself, and you get credit for it, so you're allowed to come in. That's how much Yahuwah loves you. It's an amazing thing, isn't it? Look at, let me see here. Let's see, Matthew 25. Matthew 25, 26. This is extremely important here. Who wants to read this? Matthew 25, 26 through 30. Joe, go ahead and read that for us.
Did he say 25?
Verse 26.
And his master answering said to him, you wicked and lazy servant, you knew that I reap where I have not sown and gather where I have not scattered seed. Then you should have put my silver with the bankers, and at my coming I would have received back with my own with interest. Therefore, take away the talent from him and give it to him who possesses 10 talents. For to everyone who possesses, more shall be given, and he shall have overflowingly. But from him who does not possess, even what he possesses shall be taken away. And throw the worthless servant out into the outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
Okay. So you see this parable speaking about where he's just talking about? Does everybody see that? If you don't see it, tell me. Do you understand what this parable is saying to you? It's extremely important to see this. So even though you haven't labored, okay, you haven't done the sowing, he'll allow you to do the reaping as long as you put forth some effort into it, right? And so belief, trust, love, obedience, all that are verbs that require action to prove it. You can run your mouth all day long, but show me your works that proves it. Without works, it's all of that's dead because it's no longer a verb. And in the Hebrew culture, all these are action words that require work to be attached to them. They have to be put into animation for them to become a reality, which is evidence of what you believe, that all of these things exist in your life. Otherwise, where's your proof? Where's your evidence you believe? Where's your evidence that you love somebody? Where's your evidence that you trust somebody? Where is it? Show me. Right? So we're all from Missouri today. Show me. Right? Show me state. Everybody picking up? I'm laying down on that. This is extremely important, man. Thoughts, comments, questions? Sandra.
So it's kind of like what Paul was doing to the Galatians. He had sown the word of truth among them, but he was caring for the good shepherd cares for the flock. And he always give Timothy credit that he is genuine, caring for the sheep or caring for beings like a mother nurtures his child. So when Yahushua told Kepa, do you love me? He said, feed my sheep. And he told him 3 times. So we declare the word of truth and demonstrate the power of his love and the righteous living in order to win others. With sowing these seed that has been sown is the scattered sheep of Yeshua. Yahuwah has already sown them, but he's calling us to gather them. So when we go forth and declare the truth, we're in essence working in the garden, tilling the garden. And that's what he's talking about. And that's why these scriptures that you're presenting is talking about making sure that we are out there demonstrating Yahushua and declaring his truth in order to win others unto him. Because he said, because we lift him up, and by him being manifested in us, he said he'll draw them unto himself. All we have to do is believe, praying them through, teaching them the right way, being a demonstration of the power of living right. That's kind of like how I see it. It's like what you were talking about last night. That's what Paul was doing to the Galatian church. He was making sure, hey, wait a minute, don't get off track here. Stand firm in what you were called in. Don't be sidetracked.
Yeah.
I think it's in Psalms 127 where he says that the fruit of the womb is his reward, is Yahuwah's reward.
Okay, Roz?
I have a question.
Yeah.
If we are giving it out Like this week, I have a praise report, okay? Because there was one lady that said that one of the videos that I put out helped her family to come. But if that family chooses not to do it, even though I'm putting out stuff, does that mean that, it goes against me for it if they choose not to do it after they've been awakened to it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you lose the fruit. If it becomes a rotten fruit, you throw it out. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
But that,
you lose the fruit. Yeah,
yeah, but that doesn't go against us personally.
it doesn't go against you per se, but you have to bring fruit.
Yeah,
You
I
know, and
understand.
so you get busy gathering more fruit. Sometimes, you pick fruit, it rots, it's a loss. But you go and pick some more fruit the next day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever. But you continue. Don't let it dishearten you.
No.
Because we got to remember that it's really Yahuwah's business, not ours.
Oh no, I know.
You
No,
know
I
what
just
I'm
was curious if that would go against us for being able to, as a question. That's all it was.
not the way you're presented. I don't think it goes against us.
Okay. Thanks.
Go ahead, Chance.
Something I've been chewing on for a while is it's in regards to fruits is it is righteousness before Yahuwah to guard his commands. So when we guard his commands, we're also producing fruits of righteousness. And this is in Galatians when it talks about the fruits of the Ruach, we have the Torah written on our heart and in our mind. We are enabled to obey the Torah now. So guarding it and watching over it allows us to bear fruits of righteousness before Yahuwah. And then there's another verse that comes to mind is like we must remove the log from our own eye before we can try to remove the speck from somebody else's eye. So, for me, what this means is I must perfect my obedience. You know what I mean? And get stronger in my obedience to produce the fruits of righteousness before I try to embark on a journey of removing a log from somebody or a speck from somebody else's eye. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what's coming to me is, the fruits of the Ruach is the fruits of righteousness. That's why there is no Torah for that. In Galatians, it says, the fruits of the Ruach is love, joy, peace, patience, goodness, gentleness, trustworthiness, and self-control. And against such, there is no Torah, because you are producing the fruits of righteousness. You know what I mean? And by your obedience, you're yielding that fruit. Not right now. So that's something that's coming to me right there, too. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but
I agree with most of what you're saying. I'm not really fond of when you say fruits of righteousness, because it doesn't say that. It's just fruits of the Spirit. Okay. And so I think that's a little bit misleading. So if you could clean that up a little bit, I kind of agree with most of everything else you said. I don't know. They're picking up what I'm laying down, Chance. It's the fruits of the Spirit, not fruits of righteousness. Righteousness is being compliant with the law. It's legalism. It's, being obedient, not fruits of the Spirit. That's a different thing. So I hope you see what I'm saying. Other than that, everything else you said, I agree with you.
yeah, I understand what you're saying, Mark. So, I go to Debarim for that. It is righteousness before Yahuwah when we guard his commands. You know what I mean? So by guarding his commands, we're producing fruit to him.
To who?
To Yahuwah.
To him?
Yeah.
Fruit is
by guarding his commands, we're producing the fruit.
By being an example and being obedient. Okay, being righteous. You set examples for others who see your light and they want to come to the light and they want to get what you have. And so you bring fruit to Yahuwah. It's not really righteousness to Yahuwah. Yahuwah is your righteousness.
Well, in Devarim, it tells you our obedience is righteousness before Yahuwah.
Yeah, because it's obedience is righteousness. Okay, it's obeying the law. Okay, if you're unrighteous, you're disobeying the law. You're
Right.
illegal.
So
That's
we're
all.
bearing fruit of righteousness when we obey.
Okay, I can go with that. Okay, any other comments, thoughts, or questions? Go ahead, Sandra.
So our job is to, like you say, demonstrate the becoming of Yahushua. I'm just saying it, summarize
Say
it.
that again
Instead
now.
of saying demonstrate the power of the word. We demonstrate Yahushua because Yahushua is in us. We no longer walk according to the flesh. We walk according to the Ruach. And in the Ruach, remember, when we're sowing seed, the seed is the word that we're sowing. And when we're sowing seed, all those, it says in Acts chapter 13, verse 58, as many as had been appointed to everlasting life believe. So be cognizant of that whomever has been appointed to everlasting life, they're going to believe our witness. But we have to make sure we're demonstrating Yahushua and allowing Yahushua, because he said we can't, in Yehukanan 15, we can't bring forth any fruit unless we remain in him. And he says he and his Father is going to come in and make our abode in him. So we do the sowing. He's already sown them. He's planted them already, and he gives the increase to the beings that we are witnessing to. And how we can help that is by crying out to him in prayer for the being that we're witnessing. Father, open their eyes so they can see. Father, in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach, they need the Ruach Kadesh, because that's the keeper. That's the one that's going to keep them to endure to the end. None of us can do it. It's just like what in Shemoth, what we're learning about right now. He's sowing seed, so he's the one that's going to do it. Always remember that he does it. We can't do it. All we do is believe, maintain, and make sure that we are demonstrating him.
Right. Yeah. Representing him. You're correct. Right. That's absolutely right. Without him, we can do nothing. You can't be righteous without him. Give me a break. If you could be righteous without Yahushua, if you could do it on your own, then the Messiah came and died for nothing. If you could be so big and bad to be righteous. I mean, come on, give me a break. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I had a question. I know that the whole object of your questioning was to point out that the the people in Goshen were producing fruit, and were they producing fruit as in making more disciples like themselves? And how would they find the people to make disciples out of?
They were producing fruit by increasing Israel, his chosen lineage. So this would be the priestly line, right? Kings and priests to Yahuwah. That's what he was increasing. So this was the priestly line, not mankind. Okay, Egypt was mankind, it was the world. See what I'm saying? So he was increasing, they were growing, increasing the priestly line in the world, or Yisrael, if that makes sense. Okay, so we can do nothing without Yahuwah, man. That's the one thing we got to get that. I mean, just you can't produce fruit. You can't do nothing. Matter of fact, that's kind of like what we were talking about last night with Galatians, man. That's what they were doing. They were trying to say that by the human effort, okay, by sacrificing animals or getting circumcised, whatever, trying to be obedient to gain salvation, all that is by human effort, and it can't be done. This is what Paul was trying to tell them, and he got so mad at them because they weren't picking up what he was laying down, to the point where he said, "Stop bothering me, man. I'm suffering with the wounds I'm suffering with Messiah's wounds, man. No, leave me alone. Stop bothering me. Crazy people. Go ahead, Ross.
I find part of it too is that he's planted everybody, both good and bad. And that part of it that he's doing right now is to show so that we can pick out the differences of the ones that he's actually calling versus the ones that are not being called. That way we can see the mannerisms, the way that they speak, the way everything is. And it's hard when it's very close to you.
Yeah, and so I think we see here now, what's going on. But I just wanted us to realize that there's different fruits, and so it depends on what we're talking about. Again, context, right? What we're talking about. So this bore fruit here in context just means that Israel was growing in numbers. Literal numbers. Everybody see that? Now we can look and see a spiritual side to it, yeah, for sure. Yeah, but literally that's what it's talking about. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? A really good example of reaping what somebody else already sowed is really Priscilla, in Acts. Let's go to that before we get off of that subject, because this is such an important subject. Let me see. That would be like Acts 18, right? Acts 18, I think. Okay, yeah. 18, like 24. Who wants to read that one for us? Who would like to read that? Nobody? I'll read it then. It says, "And a certain Yehuda named Apollos, born at Alexandria." Where's Alexandria? It's in Egypt. Alexandria is in Egypt. Okay. So born in Alexandria, a learned man and a mighty in the scriptures, came to Ephesus. So Apollos was a learned man. He could speak fluently. He could write fluently. He could read. So he was educated man, and he was mighty in the scriptures, meaning he knew the Tanakh really good, really, really, really good. Okay. This one had been instructed in the way of the master, and being fervent in heart, he was speaking and teaching the things about the master exactly. Though he knew only the immersion of Yehukanan. Remember we talked about the difference between Yehukanan's immersion and the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh and Yahusha's immersion? It changed. So what it meant, Yehukanan's was like a stepping stone, like a conversion from the old purity immersion up to a removal of sins type immersion, and then it furthered up into dying with Mashiach. Your outward circumcision type thing. Okay, so it's kind of took different changes, kind of changed on us, right? Okay, so he's teaching the immersion of a Yehukanan. He hasn't heard about the immersion in the name of Yahusha, or probably not even the Ruach yet, I don't think. And he began to speak boldly in the assembly. And when Aquila and Priscilla heard him, they took him aside and explained to him the way of Elohim more exactly. So they took this man that was very powerful speaker, very, very intelligent, very well, mighty in the scriptures. And they brought him aside and said, "Hey, you're not teaching that quite right. Can we tell you a better way?" And here's where the wisdom comes in. Watch this. "And when he intended to pass through to Akiki, the brothers, having encouraged him, wrote to the Talmudim to receive him, who, having arrived, greatly helped those who believed through favor. For with power he refuted the Yehudim publicly, showing from the scriptures that Yahusha is the Mashiach. So here they took him aside and explained to him the way of the Elohim, more exactly, a better way. What did this man do? He didn't argue. He accepted it, and he said, "Oh, thank you. Okay." And then he went and he started publicly speaking, showing the scriptures that Yahushua is the Mashiach through the scriptures, and began teaching a more powerful way. I refuted the Yehudim in their ways. And so this is what we need to do. We don't know everything. When somebody comes up and shows us a better way, we accept that, and then we change what we've been saying and start teaching the proper way. That's the way of the Natsarim. Not arguing. You know why? Because there's a lot of people out there that know more than we do. They've been doing it longer. They got more experience. And so this is wisdom. The wisdom to accept advice from people that know better, even 3 or 4 or 5 people. Advice from those 4 or 5 people that have been there and done that. You should listen. Not only listen, but do what they're saying. And then you'll gain greatly. So this is outstanding to me. So here it is. Apollo, he's already been sowed, right? The word sowed in him. He's an extremely powerful speaker. And then here come Aquila and Priscilla, especially Priscilla, and says, let me show you a little bit better way, right? And she polishes that fruit. Now she gets credit for that fruit of this man that's been sowed, greatly sown. Priscilla's just got that fruit, man. It's hers now. You see my saying? See, making that connection? Go ahead, Phyllis.
This might be silly, but some water, some plant, some sow the seed, and some reap, not knowing where they reap from. Do all the people before him also get the fruit of that? Because
I think we do share in fruit. There's a passage about that somewhere. Yeah, we do get. There is a such thing as sharing in fruit. Yeah.
Okay.
There is.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. There is just. I can't remember the exact verse on that, but there is one though. Let me see if I can find. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions?
So I was wondering, so when they took him aside and explained to him the way of Elohim more exactly, that's when they was teaching him about the indwelling of the Ruach Kadesh, because he had only been water immersed at that time. So
he was immersing in Yahukhanan's immersion. It wasn't he wasn't immersing in the name of Yahushua Mashiach.
So he was still in the flesh, and so when they took him aside, they taught him about being born.
Yeah.
More exactly, he said they taught him about being born again and demonstrating what you're talking about is true. But let me show you how to do it.
Right. He was very well educated on Orthodox Judaism, basically, is what it was. And he was teaching Yahukhanan's immersion, but he didn't know anything beyond that. So yeah, you're correct. He probably was still in the mind of the flesh. I know, I'm not going to mention any names, but I know somebody that's so good at the literal understanding of scripture, it'd blow your mind, man. I mean, wow. I've never seen anybody that understood the literal part of scripture so well as this guy, right? But yet he stumbles in the spiritual. He won't even cross the line hardly at all into the spiritual. But man, does he know it literal, like the back of his hand. I mean, it's amazing, And so I don't know, man. I don't know why that is. And I mean, I just, there's nothing that I can say because I've tried, but I figure, well, maybe Yahuwah is keeping him there so he can explain the literal to a deep degree to people, and rather than letting him cross over into the spiritual. Yeah. Cross the Jordan, right? Become a Hebrew, right? Cross over. It's just keeping him right there on the bank, on the other side of the bank for some reason. Does that mean Yahuwah can't save him? No. Yahuwah can save anybody he wants to save, man. Whoever he has favor on, whoever he has compassion on, whoever he wants to save, he can do it. What is it? What are we being saved from? What are we being delivered from? Everybody talks about save this, save that. I saved that guy, all this. What does that mean? Saved from what? Sandra?
From the second death, from total annihilation. That's what we're being saved for. We're being preserved for immortality, to go into everlasting to everlasting.
Yeah, you're being delivered from the penalty of death, penalty of sin, right? Which is death. That's what you're being delivered from. Go ahead, Sandra.
Well, I had a question. So it's sort of like what it talks about in Romans chapter 9. He says, start at verse 11, he said, yet before they were born and had done any good or evil, in order that the purpose of Yahuwah, according to choice, might stand, not of works, but of him who calls. It was said to her, the greater shall serve the lesser, as it has been written, Yaqub I have loved, but Esau I have hated. What then shall we say? Is there unrighteousness in Yahuwah? Let it not be. For he says to Musha, I shall favor whomever I favor, and I shall have compassion on whomever I have compassion. So then it is not of him who is wishing, nor him who is running, but of Yahuwah who shows favor. For the scripture says to follow, for the same purpose I raised you up, to show my power in you, and that my name be declared in all the earths. That's what it's all about, folks.
It's all about you, man. You know what that's, to paraphrase that very simply, what that means is salvation is none of our business. We can't deliver anybody or save anybody. That's up to Yahuwah. Whoever he wants to deliver, that's his business, not ours. So we'd be probably better off just staying totally staying away from that subject. Really, to me, it's just kind of a very dangerous territory, as far as I'm concerned. One thing that we got to watch out is judging somebody's eternal destination, because that's forbidden. We can judge sin all day long, but you can't judge somebody's eternal destination. That's dangerous territory, man. You don't want to do that. That's forbidden, really. So I don't care who it is. It could be the leader of the Hell's Angels. You can't look at that man and say, oh, he's going to go to the lake of fire. Boy, I'd be scared to death to say something like that about anybody. Seriously, man. Even people on death row. You don't know what Yahuwah knows. So we got to be really extremely careful around that stuff. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? All right, well, let's continue on now. I think we beat that subject up pretty good.
Shemoth, Exodus chapter 1, verse 8. Then a new sovereign arose over Mitzrayim, who did not know Yusuf, and he said to his people, see, the people of the children of Israel are more and stronger than we. Come, Let us act wisely towards them, lest they increase, and it shall be when fighting befalls us, that they shall join our enemies and fight against us, and shall go out into the land. So they set slave masters over them to afflict them over with their burdens, and they built for Pharaoh supply cities, Pithom and Ramses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they increased and grew, and they were in dread of the children of Israel. And the Mitzrites made the children of Israel serve with harshness, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage in mortar and in brick and in all kinds of work in the field. All their work which they made them to do was with harshness. Then the sovereign of Mitzrayim spoke to the Hebrew midwives, of whom the name of one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah. And he said, when you deliver the Hebrew women and see them on the birth stools, if it is a son, then you shall put him to death. But if it is a daughter, then she shall live. But the midwives feared Elohim and did not do as the sovereign of Mitzrayim commanded them, and kept the male children alive. So the sovereign of Mitzrayim called for the midwives and said to them, why have you done this and kept the male children alive? And the midwives said to Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women are not like the Mitzrayim women. They are lively and give birth before the midwives come to them. So Elohim was good to the midwives, and the peoples increased and became very numerous. And it came to be, because the midwives feared Elohim, that he provided households for them. And Pharaoh commanded all his people, saying, throw every son who is born into the river, and keep alive every daughter.
Wow. Thanks, Phil. Okay, so this gets weird, doesn't it? So here Pharaoh is destroying all the males. He's fearing the number of the Israelites. Is there anybody getting anything out of this spiritually? Who wants to read chapter 2? Go ahead, Oz.
Chapter 2. And a man of the house of Louis went and married a daughter of Louis. And the Asha conceived and bore a son. And she saw that he was a lovely child. And she hid him 3 months. And when she could hide him no longer, she took an ark of wicker for him, and coated it with tar and pitch, and put the child in it, and laid it in the reeds by the edge of the river. And his sister stood at a distance, to know what would be done to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river, and her young women were walking by the riverside. And when she saw the ark among the reeds, she sent her female servant to get it, and opened it and saw the child. And see, the baby wept. So she had compassion on him, and said, this is one of the children of the Hebrews. And his sister said to Pharaoh's daughter, shall I go and call a nurse for you from the Hebrew woman to nurse the child for you? And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, go. And the girl went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, take this child away and nurse him for me. Then I shall pay your wages. So the Asha took the child and nursed him. And the child grew, and she brought him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. And she called his name Musha, because I have drawn him out of the water. And in those Jomim, it came to be when Musha was grown, that he went out to his brothers and looked at their burdens. And he saw a Mitzrite beating a Hebrew, one of his brothers. So he turned this way and that way, and when he saw no one, he smote the Mitzrite and hid him in the sand. And he went out the second jom and saw 2 Hebrew men fighting. And he said to the one who did the wrong, Why do you smite your neighbor? And he said, Who made you a head and a judge over us? Did you intend to slay me as you slew the Mitzrite? And Moshe feared and said, Truly, the matter is known. And Pharaoh heard of this matter, and he sought to kill Moshe. But Moshe fled from the face of Pharaoh, and dwelt in the land of Midian. And he sat down by a well.
Okay, hang on a minute. All right. So Pharaoh heard of this matter, and he sought to kill Moshe. Why? Why did he do that? He knew. I mean, as far as he was concerned, it's the adopted son of his daughter. I don't even know if he knew that. Maybe he thought it was really her son. That would be his nephew. I mean, so why did he want to kill Moses? Because he killed this slave guy, this slave driver. Why? Roz?
Because it was an act of rebellion. And he was going against against the people of Egypt by killing an Egyptian.
Yeah. So obviously they could kill a Hebrew and get away with it, but an Egyptian could not kill another Egyptian. That was against the law. Okay, so since Moses did that, then he's going to seek him out and kill him because that was the law. It was his law, so he had to enforce it no matter what it was. Nobody was above the law, right? So it was more of a literal thing here. I'm not really seeing much spiritual going on here myself, other than pulling Moses out of the river. I mean, we could see that in a sense of living waters type thing, and maybe the Ruach. But boy, that's a real faint shadow, isn't it? It's kind of a hard one to, we have to stretch our imagination just a little bit to even get there. Go ahead, Oz.
In regards to what you were talking about, I heard from someone that his name, like in this part where his name is because I have drawn him out of water, which is the meaning of his name.
Yeah.
How is that connected to his actual destiny of his life, that he ended up being the one drowned, taking the children of Israel, taking them out of the water as well. Right. So that name is connected really to part of his destiny, which is, getting the children of Israel out of the water as well, as a new living being coming out of the water when he led them out of the Sea of Reeds. And it seems like a lot of names function that way across, like scripture, like their names are very tied up to their destiny and the different situations that have happened throughout their lives that, it seems like they will name children really very spiritually based on what it feels like, it was part of what they will do at some point.
Yeah. There's something with the water. Okay. All right. So let me ask you a question. Why did Yahuwah flood the earth? Why did the deluge come? I mean, he hasn't went through the Sea of Reeds yet, but he does. So he's taken out of water, okay, out of the river. Later on, he passes through the Sea of Reeds, and you had the flood of the entire world. What's up with all the water? What's going on here? What do you think that represents? The water. Sandra?
I'm thinking that the water is representing the cleansing, because that's why he flooded the earth, because of the wickedness. It was one way of cleansing. And I think Ephesians chapter 5, it says he's looking for a bride. He's going to wash us by the washing of the water of his word. Yahushua being the word, the Ruach Kadesh. This is referencing the Ruach Kadesh.
Right. Ultimately, it's yeah. Everything you just said is correct. Go ahead, Ross.
He was also, I don't know if she said it or not, but the ark, he was in an ark. And that to me was a big thing because Noah was in the ark. He was in an ark. It had the pitch on it to keep it from sinking. So did the ark. Everything kind of, they're the same. And that the ark, when they got out of the ark, they were to bear fruit, and multiply. But it was also to bear fruit and multiply their fruit of the spirit. It was everything.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a connection there between Noah's Ark and the ark that Moses was in as a baby, right? Floating down the river, right? And so,
So is that possibly that Musha was a type of Yahusha at that time? Because Yahusha is the Tenderborum is in the Ark of the Covenant that the
so
renewed covenant.
yeah, Noah and him, yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Were y'all seeing this? Seeing what we're talking about here? All right. Yeah. So I see that in here. So I mean, that's a good thing. There's definitely a continuity here in the water. Yeah, and then, I'm going to go back to what I said before. Is Yahuwah made of water? It's really weird, man. This the way he moved on the waters, right? The living waters, right? Moved. It means Yahuwah started working, right? And then he created a body of light. So is his body of light made of water and light? Just like his body of flesh is made of dust and water? So water and light, dust and water? Is that what's happening here? Is Yahuwah water? You ever consider water, how it can change its form? It can go from ice, it can be snow, it can be liquid, it can be gas. It can change all different types of ways and take all different types of forms. You ever consider water? It's an amazing thing. Did you know nothing can live without water? Did you know water was in everything, even fire? Everything that exists has water in it, except for maybe a few very, very rare minerals. Other than that, everything has water. You ever consider that? Go ahead, Ross.
Yahuwah, when he made the earth, the amount of water on the earth is the same percentage as what it is in the body. So that's what came up in my mind as you're talking about the water and Yahuwah. So what is it, like 75% of the earth is water? So that's probably what it is with him, unless maybe more for him because he's all power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just some really wild stuff when you start studying water, man. What an amazing substance it is, man. Go ahead, Sandra.
Well, in answer to your question, Yahuwah is everything. And remember when Yahusha said, I am the living waters. I am the living water. Yahuwah is the living water, the light. So I get that. He's everything. He's the air we breathe. He's every move we make. He's every thought we can take. He knows he's all of it. And yet he is invisible and no one can look upon him. So he is omnipotent in that case. Yes, he's water. Water brings us air, breath. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, wow. Water is something. There's something going on with it. I mean, the world was purified. Can you imagine all the blood that was in the soil? Where it says your brother's blood cried out to me. Can you imagine all the blood that was in the soil, the earth before the flood? And so he kind of purified the earth, right? Cleaned it up with the flood, and then The children here of Israel, when they go through the Sea of Reeds, is a type or foreshadow of immersion as well. So there's always some kind of purifying with water going on here, through the entire scriptures. So that connection's here for sure. We can see that. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on it? This part? Okay, Oz, let's go on, man.
Chapter 2, verse 16. And the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water, and they filled the troughs to water their father's flock. But the shepherds came and drove them away. Then Moshe stood up and came to the rescue, and watered their flock. And they came to Reuel, their father, and he said, How is it that you have come so soon today? And they said, A Mizraite rescued us from the hand of the shepherds, and he also drew enough water for us and watered the flock. And he said to his daughters, And where is he? Why did you leave the man? Call him and let him eat bread. And Moshe agreed to dwell with the man. And he gave Zipporah his daughter to Moshe. And she bore him a son, and he called his name Jerusham. And he said, I have become a sojourner in a foreign land. And it came to be after these many Jomim that the sovereign of Mitzrayim died. And the children of Israel groaned because of the slavery, and they cried out, and their cry came up to Elohim because of the slavery. And Elohim heard their groaning, and Elohim remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. And Elohim looked on the children of Israel, and Elohim knew.
Okay. All right. So now this is kind of weird because where's Midian? Anybody know where Midian is? So Midian is in Arabia, and it's weird because later on the Israelites and the Midianites war. They become enemies, and the Midianites always side with the Edomites or the Egyptians, whoever is attacking Israel. They always go in there and start kicking them too. They side with the enemies. So they become one of their main enemies, which is really weird because that's where Moses went. That's who his wife is. She was from Midianite, but yet they become their arch enemy. So they go to war against his wife's people. So I'm going to share screen this real quick so you can see where it's at. So this is kind of a rough map here, but it's kind of, we can kind of see it. Okay, so of course this is where they were at over here by Ramses, where they were right here, really close to the Sea of Reeds. Okay, and they left. They went down here. Moses, this is Moses, and when he ran away, and he ran down here, and he went to Midian, which is here. Okay, it's mostly right in this area here. See these mountains? There's a mountain called the Mountain of Midian. Then these mountains are right here, and here's Mount Sinai, right here in the Arabian Desert in Arabia. Traditionally, they got Mount Sinai over here, but it's not. It's over here. Because this is where he went. He got the 10 Commandments. He went back over here. All right. But so then when he tells him go back to Egypt, he just traces his steps and goes right back to the way he came, back over to Egypt. Okay. That's what this is showing. So this median over here. Remember that Edomites had this land right up. Here's Moabite. They had this land up in here. The Moabites were, so they were kind of neighbors with the Moabites. But the Midianites were more of a wandering tribe, the vagabond tribe. They wandered around. But this was their main base right here. Okay. So mostly all desert through here. You can see how rich the soil is in Egypt up here by the Wadi where the rivers come through. And this, of course, would be the Nile. Okay. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? Any thoughts, comments, questions on chapter 2? So here's Moses. He done left Egypt. Now he married a Midianite woman. He's living there by Sinai. Just further proof that that's where Mount Sinai is. That's where the burning bush was. That's the mountain Yahuwah ascended upon or descended upon, and it burnt. Smoke and fire was coming off the mountain. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I wanted to note also about Midian is that Midian was a son of Keturah, Abraham's other Asher, that he gave gifts to and sent away. It's in Bereshit 25:1. Abraham took another Asher, whose name was Keturah, and she bore him Zimron, Yakshan, Medan, and Midian, and Yishbak. So that's another thing about Midian. They're still part of they're part of the scattered seed.
Yeah, he was one of the sons of Abraham's concubine, one of the concubine girls. And so that's what's kind of weird about it, because he is from Abraham's seed, but so is Ishmael. So what we find is that Abraham's seed has seed of the flesh. There's only one seed of the spirit. That's through Isaac. The rest of those seeds lead to death. They're seeds of the flesh. Does everybody understand that? Okay. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? We get into Numbers. You see where the Israelites battle with the Medians, and that's where they sent all those Median women in to the camp of the Israelites to seduce the men, so they could take them over and all that. So that's all happens through the Medianites, and we'll get into that in Numbers. I don't know if y'all recall that or not, but is there any other thoughts, comments, questions here? If not, give me a reader for chapter 3. A very important chapter here. Go ahead, June.
And Moses was shepherding the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian. And he led the flock to the back of the wilderness and came to Koreth, the mountain of Elohim. And the messenger of Yahuwah appeared to him in a flame of fire from the midst of a bush. And he looked and saw the bush burning with fire.
Okay, stop. I'm sorry, go ahead.
But the bush was not consumed.
Okay, now stop. Okay, So it says, and the messenger of Yahuwah appeared to him in a flame of fire from the midst of a bush. Now, the religious sect hardly ever mentions that there was a man in the fire. They're all about the burning bush. I'm not. I'm all about who's that man in the fire? That's what I want to know. And so scripture says the man in the fire was the messenger of Yahuwah. Who is that? Who is he? That's what I want to know. Sandra? Sandra? Can't hear you, man.
Oh,
There you go.
that's Yahusha. Flaming fire, because Yahuwah is a flaming fire. They're one and the same.
Okay. So the messenger of Yahuwah can be Yahusha, right? Give me another name for him. He's not Yahusha yet. Give me another name. How do we identify?
Body of light.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ross.
Yahuwah Sabaoth. Yahuwah of host. No.
No, not really. Go ahead, Phyllis.
The Shekinah, like Sandra says, body of light.
Yeah, the body of light. How else? June?
Firstborn of all creation.
Firstborn of all creation. So we have his body of light. We have the firstborn of all creation. We have the messenger of Yahuwah. All these are pointing to his body. Yahuwah has a body. Everybody say, oh, Yahuwah don't have no body. Oh, yeah, he does. He absolutely does. Now, you see that messenger of Yahuwah here is capitalized. You see that? So Lou was directed by the Ruach HaKodesh to capitalize that, because letting us know that this is him. That's who's in the bush. It's him. Ultimately, it's Yahuwah, isn't it? So can Yahuwah? Okay, so Yahuwah has a body, all right? And Yahuwah is a spirit, right? So somebody take those two things and explain those to us while maintaining his oneness. How is it? He's still one. The messenger of Yahuwah and the Ruach, how are they still one? Maintain the oneness of Yahuwah. Explain that. Who wants to do that? Go ahead, Chris. I know, I'm just teasing you. Who else? Anybody? Okay. Same as us. So when you're looking at me, this is my body and I have my spirit, right? Well, they're not separated. I need those two elements to make who I am. It's the same thing here. And so his body, and his Ruach's in his body, and his body's just the vessel that's housing his Ruach. That's all. So he's still one, just like we are. I'm not two because I have a body and a spirit. I'm one. Same with you, all right? But here's the deal. Yahuwah is in his body of light, walking within himself. He's existing within his own perimeter of life. He's in himself. Is everybody seeing that? Why? Why am I saying something so strange that Yahuwah is walking around within his own perimeter of life? What do I mean by that? Sandra?
Is it because he's the perimeter of all existence? Everything that exists in him, and everything he created within himself.
Yeah, exactly. Even his body in himself.
So can we also add the fact that this is his omnipotence? He's like, even though he's there in the bush, he's everywhere there is life right now. Right. He's not just limited to right there. That's how powerful. Al Shaddai.
Yeah, he never gives up his omnipotence ever. He's always everywhere at once, all the time, everywhere present, right? That's what omnipotence means. So
this fire,
has everybody got that? Can we all see that?
so this fire is like that first chapter of Yeketsko. Remember all those seraphim that was near his body and they were flames of fire?
Yeah, you want to see a weird picture, man, that you brought that up? Hang on, Ross. I got you. I got to show you all this. I know you're not supposed to make images and all that, but this is a cool picture, man. You got to see this since you brought that up. Speedy going nuts, man. He's a cool mind, my favorite thing to do. Look at this, man. Remember in Ezekiel when it was describing the throne of Yahuwah had wheels and all that? Check that thing out, man. I'm like, wow, that's just, what an artist. That's amazing, isn't it? So it's kind of depicting what, was described in Ezekiel. Here's your creatures, and of course, that's supposed to be Yahuwah with his sun, his face shine like the sun, and then the wheels on this throne of light and eyeballs all throughout. Remember all that? It had a rainbow. Over top. Huh? Imagine that. Cool. It gives you a better perspective of it, Not that it probably doesn't look like that, but the perspective's cool. Sandra?
So I was wondering, those wheels could not actually be actual wheels, but because it could also be the turning of events, the turning of happenings.
I think it really depicts his omnipotence. Okay, I mean it means more than what it's saying, but in reality, but still to get the vision of how he's trying to explain the throne of Yahuwah. I think that the artist that did that did a really good job on that. Good. I see a couple of mistakes, but still, it's pretty cool. Go ahead, Ross.
When you were saying that about him being in the body and in himself, it's an enclosed system, and everybody, so it's like nothing can penetrate unless he lets it out, but nothing can go out of what's encapsulating us into him.
Right. Yeah. There's nothing that exists outside of Yahuwah. There's nothing. The demons call it the outer darkness. Okay. Hebrew called it Gehenna, or Sheol. And the demons call it the outer darkness, but really it's non-existent. There's nothing there. The Yahuwah is so big. I mean, he was the only thing that existed. Think about it. Nothing existed besides Yahuwah. You can't name one other thing that existed outside of you besides Yahuwah. There was nothing. There was no dark. People say, "Oh, I think there was darkness and water." Well, you're thinking wrong. The only thing that existed was Yahuwah. Period. So that means there was nothing outside of Yahuwah then, and there was nothing inside of Yahuwah. It was just Yahuwah. So he began to create everything within himself because there's nothing outside of himself. And besides, he's the only one that has everlasting life. Nothing can survive outside of him. And so if we hang on a minute, hold on. Anybody got any thoughts or comments or questions? I'm going to do something here. Anybody got any comments, thoughts, or anything? All right, now don't get excited on me here. I made Speedy do a drawing on the board. It's kind of rough, but you know, Speedy did the best he could. Okay, so can y'all see that? Let me do this. Just get this vision here. So this is the outer perimeter of Yahuwah in the shape of a man's body. So nothing outside of here exists. There's nothing there. It's just him. So he created everything in this palm of his hand here. So see this little man here? Say that's his body. And he's in his body, okay, because his existence is in that body, and the body is within his existence. So can we understand that? That's pretty simple, right? Good job, Speedy. All right. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Sandra, go ahead.
Just a question. So this is sort of like a demonstration of his consumption. He's a consuming fire. Is this bush burning? He's demonstrating his consumption here. Because he said he's a consuming fire. He's a fire. In other words, the bush didn't burn because he consumes the bush, but he didn't. It's sort of like, it's almost like our destiny at the end times. But we're not going to be destroyed in him, even though he's going to consume the wicked. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there's nothing being consumed here, but I mean, it's definitely showing his omnipotence for sure.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
Because he's in a fire, but he's not being destroyed. The fire's not doing nothing. It's not even consuming the bush within his presence. You know what I mean? And so it's showing his omnipotence over his creation is what I think it means. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. That makes sense.
Over his creation. Because he controls fire, water, wind, earthquakes, lightning, everything is in his control. He controls all the natural phenomena is in the control under the control of Yahuwah. That's what I think this is telling us. Personally, that's just my opinion. Go ahead, Chance.
Hey, I appreciate you, Mark. You brought a verse in 1 Yehukanan, it says, "No one has ever seen Elohim, the only begotten Son, who is in the bosom." So you just brought that understanding to me pretty heavy there, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, I thank you for that, because I as soon as you started talking about this stuff, it says, "Who is in the bosom of the Father," just like the burning bush right there. He is in the bosom. It's on his chest. You know what I mean? It's right there on his chest. You know, right on the bosom. Barak Yahuwah. Hallelujah. Thank you, Mark.
That's it.
That's good, brother. What scripture was that? In the bosom? I want to write it down.
Yehukanan, chapter 1, verse 18.
Yehukanan 1:18.
Yep.
Thank you. That was excellent. Praise Yahuwah. All esteem to Yahusha.
Okay, so we can all see that this Yahuwah's in his body inside this burning bush. That's who this man is. Everybody seeing that? Because so weird that they don't tell you that there's a man in the bush. All you hear about burning bush, you know. It's like, well, how come they're not talking about the man in the burning bush? You know why? Why do you think they avoid that?
Their eyes are veiled; they cannot see.
I don't know. Let's say they can see. Let's just say they can see. Why are they avoiding it? What would be their purpose?
They lack understanding, Brother Mark.
Phyllis? We'll just say they do.
They don't want to admit that Yahusha existed before the creation?
Yeah, exactly. And so if they would admit that he was created before creation, that he existed before the incarnation, they would have to back off that Trinitarian doctrine, wouldn't they? And so to mention this would start making people start thinking about Yahuwah's oneness. Because what existed before creation? There was only one thing, man. Yahuwah. They'd have to start admitting monotheism, wouldn't they? Go ahead, Oz.
I don't know if I missed something, but like, where does it say that it's a man? Like, I don't. Did I miss something? Because it says like
Verse
it's a
2.
messenger.
Look at verse 2. And the messenger of Yahuwah appeared to him in a flame of fire from the midst of the bush.
No, I know, but it doesn't tell you the shape or the likeness or anything.
Well, you got to know who the messenger of Yahuwah is.
But he sent different messengers.
Well, later on,
I'm just trying to understand where do we, if I miss something about why it's in the shape of a man.
Okay.
Like, you're saying that it's in the shape of a man.
Hang on a minute. There's a lot of verses. Hang on, I'll show you one.
What about those 3 messengers that came to Abraham?
Yeah, that's
I know that we've gone through different messengers across different chapters, but in this particular chapter, like usually there is like some sort of reference that is like a man or in the shape of a man or is a man, but in here we don't have that. We just have that is a messenger. A messenger could be an agent, but doesn't necessarily. I'm just wondering, it's like where do we? How does it come up?
You got to know the rest of the scriptures. Look at Judges. I'll show you an example. I mean, we got all this. We're not limited to that one little verse. Okay, so we can't say, well, forget about the rest of it. No, because that's how we learn. That's how we learn why that's a man. So you can't quite do that. So go to Judges. Let me see. Say 13. This is just one. I mean, there's a ton of them, but let me see if I can find. Okay, yeah, Judges 13. What you have here is you have Samson's parents. Okay, the parents of Samson. These are Dananites. And it says in 3, and the messenger of Yahuwah appeared to the Asha and said to her, see, now you are barren and have not borne, but you shall conceive and you shall bear a son. You see that? And so the messenger is a capital M. Do you see that? Judges 13:3. Oz? Okay, so you go on down, you read that whole chapter. I'm going to skip down to 6. And the Asha came and spoke to her husband, saying, a man of Elohim came to me. See, so she's telling him as a man. You see that? A man of Elohim came to me, and his appearance was like the appearance of a messenger of Elohim. Very awesome. Okay, and then skip on down to 9. And Elohim listened to the voice of Manoch, and the messenger of Elohim came to the Asha again as she was sitting in the field. But Manoch, her husband, was not with her. Okay, and then skip on down to 11. It says, and Manoch arose and went after his Asha and came to the man. And he said to him, are you a man who spoke to this Asha? And he said, I am. That's Yah. He just said that he's Yahuwah in Hebrew. I am means, Yah means I am. So he said, I am. It's letting him know that he was Yahuwah, right? But he's in the form of a man. So go to 13. And the messenger of Yahuwah said to Manoch, let the Asha guard all that I said to her. And then you go on down to 16. It says, or we can go to 15. And Manoach said to the messenger of Yahuwah, see, the messenger is capitalized because it's not all, it was sometimes when we see messenger of Yahuwah, it's not capitalized. That's an angel. Okay, that's from the Malachim. Okay, but in this sense, it's capitalized. So this is Yahuwah. Okay, and so then it says, he said to the messenger of Yahuwah, please let us detain you and prepare a young goat for you. And the messenger of Yahuwah said to Manoach, though you detain me, I do not eat your food, but if you offer a burnt offering, offer it to Yahuwah. For Manoach did not know he was a messenger of Yahuwah. And then Manoach in 17 said to the messenger, what's your name? The messenger of Yahuwah, what is your name? When your words come true, then we shall esteem you. And the messenger of Yahuwah said to him, why do you ask my name, since it is so wondrous? Where we've heard that before, right? We've heard that several times, right? Okay, so just go on down and to 20 now. It says, and it came to be as the flame went up toward the Shemaim from the altar, that the messenger of Yahuwah went up in the flame of the altar. He ascended in the flame of the altar. Are you catching that, Oz? And Manoach and his Asher were watching, and they fell on their faces to the ground, and the messenger of Yahuwah did not appear anymore to Manoach and his Asher. Then Manoach knew that he was a messenger of Yahusha. And Manoach said to his Asher, we shall certainly die, because we have seen Elohim. Bam. There it is, man. We shall certainly die, because we have seen Elohim. And you can go kind of finish reading the chapter. But anyways, this is Samson's born to this couple. This is his parents. So that's how we know. Okay. Now, you just look at that one verse, it doesn't explain that it's a man, but we know it's a man because, and this ain't the only example, man. There's like at least 4 or 5 of them in here, scattered all around here. So, but we'll just stop it there. That's good enough. Pretty clear. So the messenger of Yahuwah is appearing in this flaming bush as a man, in the form looking like a man inside this fire, just like he went inside the fire of the altar and then ascended back up into the Shemaim. At that point, Manoach knew that was Elohim. I mean, who else could do that, right? Sandra?
Thank you, Brother Mark. Great reasoning. I was going to ask you, could we also remember it's a scripture that says, be careful how you entertain strangers, because some have entertained messengers unaware. Yeah. And then in Hebrews 1:7, he says he makes his messengers, spiritual beings, as messengers and ministers. And then on 104, Psalm 104:4, he said he makes the winds his messengers and a flame. So those are things that indicate that messengers can come in the form of a man. And when we see it, like what you're saying, capitalized.
Yeah, the angels do. Yeah.
Most likely Yahusha.
Yeah, the angels can come in the form of a man too. Okay. And they're also messenger of Yahuwah. Okay. So why does he call his body messenger of Yahuwah? Why? First, he hasn't been incarnated yet, as far as being born through the loins of a woman, but he has carnated because he sat there and ate with Abraham. So we know he can carnate anytime he wants to. He can incarnate. But as far as coming through the loins of a virgin woman, that hasn't happened yet. But why is he calling him the messenger of Yahuwah? Chance?
He's a representation.
Just to kind of share my thoughts, is it's his physical representation of himself on behalf of all humanity. So he's representing himself through a physical representation. There's a lot of different representations he does, but
yeah, but why is he calling him the messenger of Yahuwah? What does that mean? Why is he calling his representation the messenger of Yahuwah? That's what I'm asking. Mm-hmm. Sandra?
Is it because he designated him the first thing, a body of light, to represent him, like Chance was saying? That's what makes him his messenger, because he is. It's in Hebrews chapter 1 about how he indwells that body of light. That's his
Right.
representative, his authority.
Right. Go ahead, Roz.
Is it just to show that since he's a messenger, that he's not him and they can't die because they see him? It's like he's letting them know that he's just. Is that it?
He's the spokesman for Yahuwah. He's speaking for Yahuwah. Okay. Even a prophet that takes a message from Yahuwah to somebody else, he's a messenger because he's bringing the message from Yahuwah to whoever the target is. That's why. It's just that simple. Sandra?
Thank you, Brother Mark. I understand that. So, Abraham 1. Yahuwah having of old spoken in many portions and many ways to the fathers by the prophets, has in these last Yomim spoken to us by the Son, whom he has appointed heir of all, through whom also he made the ages, who being the brightness of the esteem and the exact representation of his substance, and sustaining all by the word of his power, having made a cleansing of our sins, through himself sat down at the right hand of the greatness on high. In other words, he's going back to being his body of light.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a spokesman, man. He's the messenger. You ever hear the term "don't shoot the messenger"? Yeah. So there would be people would be messengers of the king, and they would take messages to another king, and then they didn't like the message, so they'd kill him because she brought the message of the king. Right. That's where that came from. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just the messenger. Don't kill me. Right. So, yeah, the messenger is just the spokesman. He's the one carrying the spoken words of the king verbatim to the target that he's bringing it to, whoever the target is. And it's verbatim. And so here his body then is why he calls him the messenger of Yahuwah, because he brings the message of Yahuwah and speaks it, and people can hear it. Was he not speaking to Moses? Yes, he was. He was bringing the message of Yahuwah. Yahuwah was speaking through his own mouth. So the reason Yahuwah can talk like this is because he's the perimeter of life and his body's within him, and he's walking around and speaking through his body inside of himself. And so that's why he can talk like that. My messenger, of Elohim, right? Spoken through the Son, right? Because that's where his words are coming out of that mouth. Just the way he spoke creation and the living words and spoke creation and animated creation was through the mouth of the messenger of Yahuwah, messenger of Elohim. It's just the way he chose to do it, man. That's it. Doesn't necessarily need a body with a mouth to speak. I mean, obviously he spoke out of the heaven at the baptism, right? There was a voice come out of heaven. And so he didn't need a body to speak, but he chose to create a body to speak from. Why? Why did he do that? He didn't need one. I can show you at least 3 or 4 places in scripture where he spoke from heaven and he wasn't in his body. So why did he create a body to speak from? Why did he choose to do that? Sandra?
In order to be able to affiliate us in our reality of things, how we see things. In other words, how do you say that word? Is to be recognized according to how our understanding is.
Yeah. Just say it's simple, because he
Yeah.
wanted his creation to see him. Right? He wanted to be seen by his creation, man, and heard by his creation. That's all.
I have a question.
He was associating with us on our level, but yeah, he wanted to
On
be
my
seen
level, yeah.
not only by us, but also his other creatures, his Malachim. They're invisible, so he wanted them to see him too. All right. See, I don't think even the spiritual beings can see Yahuwah unless he wants them to. Therefore, he created that body of light so that they could see him as well. I don't think they can just see him unless he wants them to see him. Honestly. What does it mean he dwells in unapproachable light? What does that mean? What's unapproachable light? What does that mean? So do we know Yahuwah cannot be seen? Everybody in agreement with that? He's invisible. He cannot be seen. So what does it mean that he dwells in unapproachable light? What does that mean? Chance?
Perhaps he wrapped himself in white, bright light, just too unapproachable to see or go near. He wrapped himself in a raiment of light. It contains.
Yeah, he robed himself in light, right? He put on a robe of light, right? So that means that's his body. Okay, so the unapproachable light is his body turned up to maximum illumination, to where if you looked at it, it'd kill you. If you approached it, you would die. So can he dim that body down to different levels? Yes, he can. There's evidence of it. He dimmed it down to a certain level when he blinded Paul. He was at another level when he illuminated on the Mount of Transfiguration, where they could see his light, but it didn't blind them, it didn't do nothing. Why? Because they were looking through a reflection as a mirror at him. He was in a different realm within our dimension, and then so that it didn't hurt their eyes. Because his face shone brighter than the sun. It should have damaged them, but it did not. Yeah, and he appeared to a lot of other people, and didn't shine hardly at all. Just looked like a man. So he can dim it all the way down. He's got a dimmer button for sure, if you can accept it. All right, man. Comments, thoughts, questions? Chance?
You brought a thought to me, Mark. You know when Yahuwah descended upon the mountain in fire, the people thought they were gonna die? he was right at that level dealing with humanity right there on the brink of consume you, but you can see me. But if I speak again, they thought they were gonna die. They said, Masha, you speak to us. We're gonna die by this fire. If he speaks one more time, we're gonna die. So Yahuwah was really turned up right there. He was really putting some heat on them at that time. So yeah, that's just another level there. Wow.
Anybody else? Ross?
Came to my mind about that the brighter he is that you're seeing, the closer you are to him. And the lesser the light is somebody that's far away from him.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Phyllis.
How long was Moshe in Midian before he saw the burning bush?
It really doesn't say. Doesn't tell us. At least I don't see where it says so. I'll look it up and see. Hang on.
It's somewhere in there where it says he was 80 years old, and he was 40 years in Mitzrayim. So he had to have been in Midian at least 40 years. Because there's a scripture in there, I can't remember what it's about, where he was 80 years old when he called Moshe. That's how we got
It
that.
says he stayed at Moses fled to Midian after he killed the Egyptian. He stayed in Midian for 40 years.
Okay.
So he was 40 when he killed the Egyptian. 40 years later, he saw the bush.
Okay.
So he was 80 years old at the time that he saw the bush, and then he went and met Pharaoh. He was 80. Okay, fellas?
Thank you.
Let me see. Okay, Acts 7:22 and 29 tells us that Moses was 40 years old when he killed the Egyptian. Exodus 7:7, which we haven't got to yet, tells us that Moses was 80 years old and Aaron was 83 years old when they went and spoke to Pharaoh. So Moses would have been 40 when he killed the Egyptian and 80 both the times of the burning bush and when he met Pharaoh. He was still 80. Okay, so that's Acts 7:22-29 and Exodus 7:7 is where we get that from. Okay. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Sandra?
So this is off topic. It's regarding Matthew, chapter 1, about the 14 generations. Is there any significance to these 14 generations? I think they total up 42 generations total. Any significance to these generations?
To what?
To the plan of Yahuwah. In other words, why is he? So all the generation from Abraham to Daud were 14 generations, and from Daud until the exile to Babel were 14 generations, and from the exile to Babel until the Mashiach were 14 generations.
Oh,
and then it goes into the telling about the coming forth of Yahushua. So I'm wondering, is there a significance in the timeline regarding these 14 generations? Is it going to be 14 generations to the end times, or I'm like, what is this about?
I don't know, man. I really don't. I don't know. Let me see if I can.
Why did they put it up in there?
There has to be something, huh?
It's got to be some kind of significance regarding these generations. Because during the third and fourth generations of those that hate him and the commandments. Seems like I'm missing something. I don't know.
Let me see. Well, it says that the 14-year segments of generations in Matthew is emphasizing order and completeness in Hebrew.
Order of completeness. So
the number 14 is significant in Hebrew geometria, and it's often associated with King David. Being the D, the 4, V is the 6, the D is the 4. So 4 plus 6 plus 4 equals 14. It spells out his name. But that's not his Hebrew name, so that's kind of questionable. And then the 14 generations in Matthew encapsulates more than mere numbers. They serve as a masterful literal device to underscore Yahushua's identity as the promised son of Daud.
It what? Say that again. It highlights Yahushua's
it serves as a masterful literary device to underscore Yahushua's identity as the promised son of David.
Underscore.
And let me see. There's 3 sets of the 14. So Abraham to David is 14. David to the Babylonian exiles, 14. And from the exile to the birth of Yahusha is 14. So the focus on these 3 14s is highlighting Yahusha's rightful claim to the throne of David, which fulfills all the promises made to Abraham in Genesis and Samuel. And so the significance of 14 emphasized on the repetitiveness of the use of the 14 is multi-layered meaning. It's the possible link to King David, and it symbolizes, it's a symbol of completion and order in Hebrew. Okay, symbol of completeness and order.
So in essence, it is telling us about the origin of Yahusha and his completing the calling as the seed of Yahusha, as the seed of Yahuwah, being the seed of Daud.
Well, it's a symbol of completeness and order after all 14 of those repetitive sequences play out. It's complete. Completeness
So
and the
where
order.
did you find that? I want to. Can I see?
Oh,
Can you send me a copy of that?
I got 4 screens here and a bunch of different apps, man. So I can't help with that. It won't come up on your computer.
So it's basically completeness and order. Completeness and order. And included in the identity of his origin to his fulfillment.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah, I just type it in, man. It pops up on, one of my screens. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to understand that.
That's definitely also.
Discussing that.
You definitely took us
We have
on
been
again.
discussing that with our Natsarim writings that we do on first date, and we came up with different ideas. And I said, I really want to know what this is about. It's not there for no. Yahuwah doesn't list or have everything written for nothing. It's always for a purpose.
Yeah, it's too orderly to be for nothing, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get back here to this. Anybody any more questions on Exodus here where we're at so far? If not, let's continue on.
Exodus chapter 3, verse 3. And Mushah said, let me turn aside now and see this great sight, why the bush does not burn. And Yahuwah saw that he turned aside to see. And Elohim called to him from the midst of the bush and said, Mushah, Mushah. And he said, here I am. And he said, do not come near here. Take your sandals off your feet, for the place on which you are standing is set apart ground. And he said, I am the Elohim of your father, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Yishak, and the Elohim of Jacob. And Mushah hid his face, for he was afraid to look at Elohim.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so there you go, Oz. Right there, the man in the bush is identifying himself as Yahuwah. You see that? So the messenger of Yahuwah appearing in the bush just identified himself as Yahuwah. What does this mean? Do not come near here. Take your sandals off your feet, for the place on which you are standing is set apart ground. What does that mean? Is that literal, or does that have a spiritual aspect to it? Ross?
Sandals carry dirt. Dirt would be equal to transgressions. And so he's set apart. He doesn't have transgressions or anything next to him. So maybe it could be like repent. and come to him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could be. That could be. And for the place on which you are standing is set apart ground. What does that mean in the Hebrew mindset? Phyllis, you should know that one. No fair asking, Lou. That's why you blank that screen off. I know what you're doing. I'm just teasing you. Go ahead, Sandra.
Okay, I'm thinking that it's a separation between flesh and ruach. In other words, this is set apart. This is you can't come in here in yourself. You got to come in here out of yourself. Watch out watch out how you travel here. This is just not any place.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Let me ask it this way: if Yahuwah appears anywhere on the earth, anywhere at all, no matter where it's at, is that set apart ground, or is it just on top of Sinai here? Which one is it? Phyllis?
It's set apart.
Okay. So, what does that mean then? The place on which you are standing is set apart ground. What does that mean in the Hebrew mindset?
You're standing in Yahuwah. You're within me right now.
Yeah, very
get
close.
yourself out of the way.
Yeah, very close.
Let me get your attention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So the set apart.
Remember, he set apart Eden. When he created that garden, he set it apart from mankind. That was set apart.
Okay, what it means in the Hebrew mindset is you're in the presence of Yahuwah.
Oh, that makes sense. In the presence
of Yahuwah. So all together now, with what Ross was saying, and do not come near here. Take off your sandals for your off your feet for your place you are standing in separate ground. It means get out of your flesh, remove your flesh, and enter into the spiritual realm.
Woo! Hallelujah.
That's what he's telling him.
Hallelujah. I've been praying about this. That's why I'm so excited.
Mm-hmm.
Gave me understanding today. Thank you, Father. You're so wonderful.
All right. Wonderful. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? Very extremely powerful passage right there. Not only is he telling Moses, get out of your skin, you're enter into the spiritual realm. He's telling him who he is. He's identifying himself as being Yahuwah. I'm the Elohim of your father, Elohim of Abraham, Elohim of Yitzhak, Elohim of, how does Phyllis say that? Jacob. And Moshe hid his face, for he was afraid to look at Elohim. Why was Moses afraid to look at him? Yeah, he was acting all big and bad. He said, I'm going to go up there and check this out, man. I ain't afraid. Well, all of a sudden now he's afraid. What happened? Go ahead, Ross.
Judgment.
Huh?
Judgment, because he had killed that Mitzrite. He had done other things, and he, here he's seeing the most perfect, the only perfect thing is Yahuwah. That would be just amazing.
Go ahead, fellas.
I agree with Roz, but I think it was because he learned from his history that Moshe was told that he would die if he looked upon Yahuwah, and that tradition has been carried down.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, Chance.
You know, kind of thinking in what Masha was going through. We were looking at a bush of fire, and there's a man dwelling in there telling me to take my sandals off. I'm scared. I'm scared beyond. I'm scared more than I can say. I can't even explain that kind of fear. I'm on my face. You better be. I'm licking dirt at this point. I'm scared.
I'll be a worm before you even said anything. I sound something like that. I'll probably be so far down in that dirt, I'd be buried, man. Oh boy. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I'm thinking that when he realized he was in Yahuwah's presence, he lost a little of his dignity like Daniel did when he was before that Malachim. He said, "My dignity has left me. You have knocked me off my feet." So does it have any relationship to how we remember when Yahushua put the towel around him and said, "How I wash your feet, you are to wash one"? Does this have any relationship? No.
Nah, I think the washing of the feet is more of helping people fight the flesh. In other words, you know, when you see them like doing something wrong, you know, you have to tell them so that they can get cleaner.
In love and meekness.
Yeah, because you know, like Peter would do a lot of bad things. He was a hypocrite, right? And then he denied Yahushua. So see, Peter had to have his feet washed. He had to get cleaned up a little bit better and a little bit better. See what I'm saying? And so do we. You know, so we eliminate our, you know, shortcomings, and then more, and then we realize more, and then if somebody tells us, you know, that we're doing something wrong, we say, "Oh, thanks, you know, thanks for pointing that out. I didn't realize that." And then you get cleaned up a little bit more. And I think that's what the washing of the feet is myself. You know what I mean? I mean, also, go ahead.
Like clean up your walk?
Kind of like cleaning up your walk. Yeah. And you can also see it like this, man. All right, say we're set apart, right? And we've been circumcised. We put off the flesh. We're born again, spiritual children, and the whole 9 yards, right? And so we've been set apart, and we're now clean, right? Okay, but when we go, we're still in these bodies, for one, and we go out into the world. We go out into the jungle, okay? You're going to get scratched, man. You're going to get a thorn in your foot. Maybe a branch will poke you in your eye. You know, you're going to get bruised and scratched and poked. And so when you come back out of the world, okay, maybe you need somebody to wash your feet, clean you up a little bit because you got contaminated by the world while you were out walking in that jungle. So we can kind of see it that way too. Okay. I'm just trying to bring it at different angles to help people to see it more, you know, that's not quite seeing it. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was just thinking that maybe the taking off of the sandals and walking on the set apart ground because of the presence of Yahuwah also gave him a more connection to Yahuwah through his flesh. You know, people were always saying that you should walk around barefoot on the ground, which I would never do, but maybe that was part of it, connection with Yahuwah directly.
Yeah, I've heard that if you walk barefooted on the soil, on the ground, that it brings healing to your body. You know, I don't know if it's true or not, but I've heard people say that. But yeah,
it's called grounding.
Well, just take off.
It's called grounding because we were made from the dirt. Then what our makeup is, the dirt supplies us our nutrients.
Right. That's call it grounding, right? You're right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know if that's getting off in some kind of a weird sect or not. You know what I mean? It might be something we don't want to know about or fool with, but yeah, that's out there.
Well, presently our ground is contaminated, remember, by so many things that mankind has done to it.
Oh yeah. I think the taking off of the sandals, we can relate to when you come into your house, you take off your shoes. And so when you come into the house of Yahuwah here in his presence, take off your shoes. Don't come into my house with your dirty shoes on. You've been out there walking around on the ground, stepping in dog poo and all this other stuff. Get them nasty shoes out. Don't come walking in my house with them shoes on. You know, I've seen a lot of people really ardent over that, man. They don't want you coming into their house unless you take your shoes off. I've seen a lot of people like that. I mean, I'm not that way. I live on a ranch. We stomp through the house all the time coming out of the barn, but you know, and then, of course, my wife gets mad. She cleans it all up, but or I have to clean it, one of the two. But you know, I've seen a lot of people, man. I mean, they're strict on that, boy. You got to take them shoes off to come into their house. You know, so I think that could be a little bit of this too. Take off your shoes. You know, you're coming into my presence, into my house. You know, take your shoes off. See what I'm saying? A little bit of that too. Go ahead, Chance.
Something I was just pondering is, you know, we are created in the likeness of Yahuwah. So if we have any barrier between Yahuwah and us, you know what I mean? It's like a separating barrier. So take your sandals off because you're in my likeness. You're in my presence. You're with me. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like if you use a chisel on a stone, you've profaned it. You know, and if you got sandals on, you were kind of profaned. You know what I mean? And before me. And another thing I was just thinking too here, Mark, is you know, Yaakov had to use a ruach when he went to see that vision of Yahuwah, Ezekiel. Yahuwah had to put a ruach in him because he was face down. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like the esteem of Yahuwah. You're face down. He had to put a ruach in you just to stand up. You know what I mean? So that's another big one there. But he said, don't climb the steps of my altar lest your nakedness be exposed. That's another one too to think about too, is, you know, when we approach Yahuwah, you know what I mean? He's a righteous fire, man. Whew.
Roz?
When Abraham made that covenant to get the cave and that piece of property that to bury Sarah in, that was a covenant when he took off his shoe. This, you know, that's what came to my mind was the shoes coming off.
Yeah, that's true. That was a custom, a Hebrew custom that they did. Yeah, you're right. When they sold the property, they would take off the shoes, and then the other person would step on the ground in their shoes, I think, and then that would become their property. It was something like that. Go ahead, Ross.
So did Moses become Yahuwah's property at that moment?
That's what I was just thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably. He definitely became his servant, didn't he?
So he was actually conditioning him to come into his presence at this point, teaching him how to come before him.
I mean, they haven't made the tabernacle yet. You know what I mean? They do that after toward the end of this chapter, but yeah, I mean, I think as a foreshadow, he's coming into the tabernacle in the house of Yahuwah in his presence. And take off your shoes. Remember, we'll get to it, but remember the high priest would go into the Holy of Holies once a year, but he couldn't go in there dressed like he normally did. He had to put on this uniform and everything and do everything exactly right before he could enter through that curtain and to
the linen breeches
presence.
He had to put on the linen breeches, the ephod, and the mitre on his head and stuff like that. Oh yeah.
Right.
So you just don't go before Yahuwah any kind of way.
Tradition says they used to tie a rope around his ankle as he went in there, and that way, if he died, when he saw Yahuwah, if he dropped dead, they'd pull him out of there. They wouldn't have to go in and get him because then they'd die.
So that ties us into our wisdom. We got to go to him in humility, humbleness.
Go ahead, Chance. Chance, go ahead, man.
This kind of reminds me of the Garden of Eden when they put on fig leaves. You know what I mean? And Yahuwah was asking him to take that off, man. You know, like bringing him close to him. You know what I mean? Like Sandra just said, is conditioning. You know, like they put on them fig leaves to hide. You know, and so Yahuwah, he just.
That's a good point.
Woo.
So originally, Adam and Kua had no clothes; they were naked, right? But they didn't know that they were naked. They didn't know that that was a problem, right? Just like animals, they don't know it's a problem that they're naked, you know. So Adam and Kua was the same way, you know. But then when they knew sin, they covered themselves, and yeah. So you got a good point there. I think you're onto something there. Go ahead, Ross.
They also put bells on. They would have bells on their outfit so that they could hear him live by the
pomegranate and a bell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then if it wasn't making any sound, then they would think, you know, something had happened.
Put him out by that rope on his ankle.
They had a rope tied on him.
Pull him out, man. Pull him out. Yahuwah done killed him. Pull him out.
That meant if he had any sin in him, that's what would make him die.
Yeah, that's right.
That's if he approached with any sin or iniquity in him, he would fall dead. You just don't approach the Lord any kind of way.
Or they weren't dressed properly like they were supposed to be. All kinds of ways that they would die. But I think mostly they were afraid of seeing him and dropping dead, because it says nobody sees him without living, you know. And so they knew he was going in there into the presence of Yahuwah, and so they were afraid that if they saw him, maybe they would drop dead, you know. I don't think there's any examples in Scripture that somebody dropped dead going in there, though, that I can think of. I don't think they did.
Only Aaron's son that brought that strange fire.
Well, yeah, though they didn't go in there. They just dropped dead. I don't even think they were in the tabernacle, were they? Or were they? Were they in the tabernacle when they dropped dead? I don't think they were in the Holy of Holies, though.
No, they weren't in the Holies of Holy, but they were in their offering thing. He didn't
tell
them to do that.
Yeah, go ahead, Ross.
What about when the husband and wife that sold their house and kept the money, and then they died? That was in the presence of the Ruach.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
That was lying to the Ruach.
Because they tried to lie to the Ruach. In other words, again, sin. Don't come before him.
That's a real weird study, man. You know, with all those people, they sold everything and they came into one little group. That's a weird study for me. I mean, I know a lot of people, there's a lot of groups out there that try to do that. And they try to get people to sell their home, sell everything, and come live on their little farm and give them the money and all that. Yeah, I don't know. That's just a weird one for me.
It's opposite of Proverbs 1. Because that's the ways of all those that greedy of gain. I don't know why they did it in the book of Acts. I've always been praying about that.
Yeah, to me, it's always been a hard study, man. I mean, I've studied that, and I just walk away scratching my head, man. It's a hard one.
Don't make sense. Because that's not what he told us to do.
So I'm not sure why they did it, other than persecution, maybe. You know, to be. You know, you've got more safety with numbers type thing, you know, because they were being persecuted, you know. I mean, Paul was hunting them down and slaughtering them by the bushel. You know what I mean? They were being persecuted for sure. So maybe for safety purposes, they created their own little village, you know. I don't know. It's a hard, like I say, it's a hard study, man. Okay, anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? Ross, you got something, man?
I did, but then I lost my train of thought. It had to do with that, and there's another instance with it, but I can't think of it right now.
Okay. All right, let's continue on.
Chapter 3, verse 7. And Yahuwah said, I have indeed seen the oppression of my people who are in Mitzrayim, and have heard their cry because of their slave drivers, for I know their sorrows. And I have come down to deliver them from the hand of the Mizrahites, and to bring them up from that land to a good and spacious land, to a land flowing with milk and honey, to the place of the Kenites, and the Kittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Kuis, and the Jebusites. And now see, the cry of the children of Israel has come to me, and I have also seen the oppression with which the Mitzrites oppress them. And now come, I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people, the children of Israel, out of Mitzrayim. And Mushah said to Elohim, who am I that I should go to Pharaoh, and that I should bring the children of Israel out of Mitzrayim? And he said, because I am with you, and this is to you the sign that I have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Mitzrayim, you are to serve Elohim on this mountain.
Okay, stop. Okay. All right. So what does this mean over in verse 8? And I have come down to deliver them from the hand of the Mitzrites. What's that mean? Who will come down? So if he comes down from his throne room, we'll just say, does that mean that's the only place he's at? He says, I have come down. Is he isolated here at this point? If not, why not? Why isn't he? Ross?
I think it's because he's saying that he's given him his backing. He's given him his when they go into battle, that they're going to be winning the battle. When he doesn't give them his backing, then they don't win the battle. And then for that other thing, you know that verse where the man said that he had done this, and then Yahusha said that all he had to do was to sell everything and then come to him.
Yeah.
And he said it was easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle. That's what connects to that other one.
Mm-hmm.
I think that y'all were talking about in Acts.
Yeah, it might. Yeah. Like I said, that's a hard study. I don't want to get into that much deeper, because it's we can talk about that all day long. Go ahead, Phyllis.
He is omniscient, and he can be anywhere at all times, in all presence of time. So he can come down in his attention, not leave where he was.
Yeah, he just came down to deal with Moses and the children of Israel, but he never gave up his omnipotence. He was still everywhere present. He has to be, man. He sustains life. Everything. He can't just totally put everything into one place, because then everything outside that wasn't in him would die. Okay. And so this, again, it's just Yahuwah working inside of Yahuwah within himself. That's all. All right. So, okay. So he's coming down to get them out of their slavery. And amazingly here in 11, Moses says to Elohim, who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and that I should bring the children of Israel out of Mitzrayim? And he said, because I am with you. All right. So have any of you ever had a feeling or got word from Yahuwah that you're supposed to do something, and then you thought that why me? I'm not worthy of doing that, or I don't, I'm not educated enough to do that, or I talk funny or I walk funny or something, not, I don't want to do that. Have you ever felt like that? And so this right here, there's a really good example of what when we start feeling inadequate, because Yahuwah has told us to do something, we have to remember that He's with us, and it's not us doing it; it's them. If they reject us, they're not rejecting us. They're not rejecting you. They're rejecting Yahuwah. And so you can't take that rejection personally. You just have to stay humble and kind, and then Yahuwah is the one talking through you anyway. See what I'm saying? And so this, I think, is a very good example of that, really. But when he says, and this is to you at the sign that I have sent you, when you have brought the people of Mitzrayim, you are to serve Elohim on this mountain. What is that? What is that telling us right there? Chance?
In the future, you're going to be at this mountain. He's pretty much telling him, he just told him the future right there. You're going to go to Mitzrayim and you're going to free Yashrael and you're going to bring him right here to this mountain. He's literally telling him, that's evidence of past, present, and future laid out before him. He is everlasting to everlasting. He is eternal. You know what I mean? So he's already prepared this way. He's already did the work. Masha's just got to walk it. He's got to walk it out.
Which mountain is that? Is that Mount Sinai in Arabia?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's where that is.
Oh.
So, but is this really a message to where they're supposed to go worship him at? Or there's some other meaning to this? I mean, listen to it. You are to serve Elohim on this mountain. When you have brought, it's a sign. And this is to you the sign that I have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Mitzrayim, you are to serve Elohim on this mountain. What does that mean? Is this the only place you can come to worship me? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I guess it's just proof of his omniscience that if he said it, he will do it. And when they've accomplished it, he'll know that what Yahuwah said was true.
Anybody else? You're hitting on it, Phyllis. Go ahead, Chance.
I was just gonna point out too, when in the Natsarim writings, Yahusha, the Prushrim and all the teaching authorities always asked for a sign. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So is Yahuwah strengthening Masha behind this? You know what I mean? Is there like some kind of encouragement here? I am with you, and this is the sign. You know what I mean? So he's giving him, like, I don't know if back at that time, I don't know if Masha could see it, but he's literally, Yahuwah just told him, this is what's going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, I'm with you and you will be back here at this mountain. This is the ownership. This is the indicator. This is the signal. You know what I mean? He's given pretty much all the ammunition Masha needs. He just got to, like, for what I'm seeing here is he got to walk it out, gird up, go for this journey here. I have picked you. I am with you. I'm putting my ruach in you. You're good. You know what I mean? It's now Masha's got to fight his flesh and all his doubts. You know what I mean?
All right. So what do you think the sign is? What it's saying? I mean, I hear what you're saying, but let's stay in context. In context, what is he saying here? Listen to it closely. And he said, because I am with you, and this is to you the sign that I have sent you. when you have brought the children of Mitzrayim, people out of Mitzrayim, you are to serve Elohim on this mountain. Go ahead, Bros.
Did he get the Ruach at that time?
No. I mean, the Ruach could be with him or on him, I mean, and in him, but not as the immersion of the Ruach that we know of with Yahusha. That's a totally different thing. It's like water immersion. It used to be the purification, right? Just a cleaning, making yourself clean, right? And then it turned into, temporarily covering up your sins like animal blood did. And then it went into your outward sign of circumcision by removing the entire body, the flesh of your entire body, and becoming a spiritual child. You die in your water immersion, right? And you take it off the flesh, right? And so that changed. So Yahuwah in within the Tanakh, he comes down on people. He works through people. He overtakes people. Stuff like that. But he's not. It's different than the immersion of the Ruach. After the Yahusha's works, so it changed. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But he's on everybody. All right, he's everywhere. All right. But he's not. But everybody's not his dwelling place, though. This is the difference. He sustains everybody. He's with everybody. He's in them. He's sustaining them, so they can breathe and live. But he's not dwelling them. That he's not their house. See what I'm saying? So that's the difference. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I was wondering, is it because Musha was doubting to go and do what he told him to do? So he's saying, because I am with you, this is to you the sign that I have sent you. In other words, him accompanying them, it's like Yahusha was sent. I think it's in Yehukanan chapter 6. He said, we have to believe on him whom he has sent. So he's establishing Musha, that I have sent you as my representation to deliver my people. In other words, I have heard their cries. I've seen their torment. And as a matter of fact, he established it for that reason. In other words, he's the one that made Pharaoh heart and enslaved the people, so in order for them to bring forth deliverance. So he's just letting Musha know, this is my doing, and that's why you can go and do this. Don't worry about how you feel, how you think. I have sent you. I have chosen you to send you for this purpose.
Yeah, I mean, he's telling Moshe, paraphrasing here. He's asking, what, who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and tell Pharaoh what to do? And he's saying, because I'm with you. I mean, in other words, he's saying, because I'm the one that's going to go talk to Pharaoh. I'm the one doing it, not you, dummy. Let's go. Right? I'm paraphrasing, right? So, because I'm with you. But then it says, this is a different thing. And this
you
is
sound like Paul there when you say, don't bother me. No.
And this is to you the sign. Okay, so the sign that I have sent you when you brought the children out, the people out of Mitzrayim, you are to serve Elohim on this mountain. The sign is just like a road sign. Okay, so this is the sign. This is where you go when you bring the people out. This is where you go to this mountain. This is the sign I'm putting up here. That way, Moses, go that way to Mount Sinai. Okay, that's what this is saying. It's kind of like a road sign, a directional sign. It's not like a miracle thing, more of a directional sign. Okay, and so then, when he says you are to serve Elohim on this mountain, this is their end of the bargain. This is their end of the bargain with the covenant he made with Abraham. They are to serve him and serve only him, and he would be their Elohim. and he would take care of them. But their end of the covenant, the deal is you serve me and only me. Okay, so that's what that is. He's telling Moses what their part of the covenant is, to serve him. And the sign is when you bring them, go that way to Mount Sinai and serve me and uphold your end of the covenant that I made with Abraham. Okay, that's paraphrasing it.
So he's directing his path.
Directing his path. Go ahead, Chance.
He lifts up his band. You know,
broke up.
You know, this is where we're gonna marry to Yahuwah. You know, we're marrying Yahuwah on this mountain. So he's, you know, I agree. We put his signature. You know, this is where he to go. It's almost like lifting a banner. You know what I mean? Come over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, when we read in Genesis where Yahuwah put up a sign so that everybody could read that they weren't supposed to hurt Cain, right? Anybody who hurts Cain going to get punished by me, right? I'm going to put up a sign. Nobody's to hurt Cain, right? Same thing. But this is kind of a directional sign, which way to go when you come out with the children of Israel. That's all. It's just a directional sign, man. All right. So, and again, just like messenger of Yahuwah, the sign can mean something else in context, you know, because what's Yom Shabbat? It's a sign of the covenant. So, I mean, and that's a little bit different, isn't it? Okay. But because it's in context, it's like a word, like a pitcher. You know, it can be a pitcher in a baseball team, a position on a baseball team, or it can be a pitcher that you pour, water out of. It just depends on context where you find the word at. It can mean two different. It's the same word, just means two different things depending on how you're using it in context. Same thing here. Okay. So it's kind of simple. You just got to put it in context. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on that? So Moses is being a sissy, and he said, "What? Who am I? I should go in front of Pharaoh. Are you kidding me?" And so Yahuwah's letting him know, it ain't you, it's me. I'm the one that's going to be doing it. Okay, so get going. I'm using you. So Moses is showing, I think, a lot of it has an inferiority complex here. I don't know. Go ahead, Ross.
Way back when the two Hebrews that were fighting with each other that told him, "Who are you to come and say that to us? Are you our judge?" That's in his mind, and so that's something that he's a stronghold that he has to get over.
Yeah, he's got that going on for sure. Everybody see that? And plus, he stuttered. Moses stuttered. He had a speech impediment as well. And here you can see he's got a little bit of an inferiority complex as well, just like Ross was pointing out there. It showed up several times now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it has. All right. Anybody else? Chance?
Yeah, he's fled from Natsarim for 40 years now, so he's been kind of like hiding from Egypt, and now Yahuwah's telling him to go back in there. So that's also might be a fleshy fear he also has lingering on him as well, probably a pretty big one, because the last time he left Egypt, he killed somebody. That's pretty,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's fearing the flesh more than he is Yahuwah. For absolutely.
And Yahuwah told him, "I have come down," which means it implies he was already up first. That's scary in itself also, you know what I mean? But also encouraging because he's on his side. He said, "I have come down," which means he was up already first. So Masha's in some deep water here. Masha's in too deep now, and he's
Yahuwah's trying to strengthen him. He's trying to help him out with his fears. Yeah, he's afraid of Pharaoh. He's afraid of the crime that he committed. He'll be, oh, there you are. We've been looking for you, sucker, and grab him as soon as he shows his face, right? And so, Yahuwah's trying to calm his fears here and strengthen him and letting him know, I'm with you. As a matter of fact, once you get them and you come out with them, go that way. Okay, take them to this mountain and worship me here. As you're part of the agreement that I made with your father Abraham, that you were to serve me. This type of thing, and it's helping strengthen Moses. I mean, I know it would me. If I heard Yahuwah saying, I'm going to be there with you, I'd be moving, man. I wouldn't be afraid anymore at that point. Go ahead, Ross.
It's just like he strengthens us with our tests and our trials and our things that we've been told. We get stronger because he's helping us. He's doing that now too.
Right on. Okay, Chance?
Man, I just can't get over this, man. I just want to bring kabod to Yahuwah. He said to him, this is your sign that I sent you when you brought the people out of Natsarim to serve me on this mountain. He's literally telling him it's already done. If we look at that as like, it's already done. You just got to do it now. He's telling him, you're going to go into Natsarim and you're going to bring Yashrael to this mountain. I have already seen it. You've already accomplished it according to me. You just got to do it now. So that's Barak Yahuwah. Hallelujah. He's already prepared the way. Hallelujah. Yahuwah is so powerful. My goodness. Barak Yahuwah. Hallelujah. He already went in the future, tweaked every little nook and cranny, and told him, just go. Remember when Yashrael, later on in this book here, the people wanted to go up and search out the people before they went in there, but Yahuwah already prepared the way. They doubted Yahuwah and went and sent spies. As soon as they came back, Yahuwah said, don't go now. Don't go. You didn't trust me. Yahuwah prepares the way. We just got to walk it out. Barak Yahuwah, hallelujah, behind this. He already saw the future. Hallelujah. That's some fire in my bones right there. I'm just so in love with Yahuwah. Man, he's so amazing at this. He just told Masha, this is the mark. I already did it all. You're actually gonna come back here and worship me and serve me on this mountain. I already saw it. You're gonna come. Dang, man, this is wow.
Anybody else? Comments, thoughts, question? Ross, go ahead.
The other time that I can think of that just came to me was with when Yahusha said that it was the only sign that they would get was Yonah in the New Testament. That was when they were asking for a sign from him of who he was.
Go ahead, Sandra.
I was just going to add that when Yahuwah called Abraham, he asked him for a sign. And also in Yashayahu chapter 6, when he saw that vision, he said he had appointed Yashayahu to go and speak for him. And he said, how can I go? And it seems like every time Yahuwah calls someone and has chosen and appointed them to go on his behalf, they have always put forth some type of doubting resistance that he has to confirm that he is sending them. And I think in one of the Corinthians, Paul say, that's not weakness in us to ask for a sign that Yahuwah is with you. They're just looking for confirmation, that's all.
Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Let's just
That was
continue
great
on.
that Chance brought out.
That was what?
That was great that the Ruach brought out through Chance. However, I praise Yahuwah for that spiritual insight.
Okay, let's continue on, June. Read down to stop at verse 18, okay?
Okay. Exodus 3:13, and Musha said to Elohim, see, when I come to the children of Israel and say to them, the Elohim of your fathers has sent me to you, and they say to me, what is his name? What shall I say to them? And Elohim said to Musha, Ahaya, Asher, Ahaya. And he said, thus you shall say to the children of Israel, Ahaya has sent me to you. And Elohim said further to Musha, thus you are to say to the children of Israel, Yahuwah Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Yishak, and the Elohim of Jacob has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and this is my remembrance to all generations. Go, and you shall gather the elders of Israel together and say to them, Yahuwah, Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, of Yishak, and of Jacob, appeared to me, saying, I have indeed visited you and seen what is done to you in Mitzrayim. And I say, I am bringing you up out of the affliction of Mitzrayim to the land of the Canaanite, the Kittite, the Amorite, and the Perizzite, and the Kui, and the Jebusite, to a land flowing with milk and honey.
Whoa. All right. Okay, so here we find a lot, and we went over this a little bit last week. But this Ahaya, Asher Ahaya, is not his name. Okay, it's telling us who he is or what he is. It's not really his name in this sense. Okay, and so it means I will be who I will be. A lot of we hear the controllers teaching that that this translated means I am that I am, but in the Hebrew grammatical form, it is actually being said in a future tense. Okay, and not in the present tense. So therefore, it's more accurately translated as I will be what I will be, or who I will be. Or better yet, I will be there. And because it's, like I said, translated more accurately into the future tense rather than the present tense. Is everybody seeing that? Okay, and so then he says that you shall say to the children of Israel, Ahaya has sent to me. See, so he shortened it. Okay. And so what he's saying here is I will be, or I will be there. Okay. He's shortening that. You see that? But it's still futuristic tense. Now, if we take that and it continues, but if we take the Ahaya and we break that down, it's I am, it's I am. So the Yah is I am. Okay. And so once we do that, we see his name in there as I, okay, or I am, but only Yahuwah can say that. Okay, see, that's first person. We can't say that. Only he can say that. So we have to say, Yah. See what I'm saying? Ahaya. That's all we can say. We can't say, I am. Only Yahuwah can say that. That's first person talk. Okay. So like June says, I am. I can't say for June, I am. I'm not her. So only she can say that. See? So I am June. I can't say I am June. You know what I'm saying? So only Yahuwah can say that. So we say Yah, and that breaking that down. And then he goes on, and he repeats himself that he's the father of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, and this is my name forever. He says that tell them that he's Yahuwah Elohim, meaning the lofty one, Yahuwah, the lofty one, or the most high one, if you will. So then now he actually reveals his name, Yahuwah, to them. And then he says, this is my name forever. He's not ever going to change his name. No man has the right to change his name, but yet they do. Okay, they change it to wherever they think they're allowed. They want to change his name, like they're his parents or something. They can change his name, but you can't, because he's saying it's my name forever. And and it's a remembrance to all generations. And then go and you shall gather the elders and say to them that Yahuwah Elohim, of your fathers, has sent me, has sent you. Okay. And appeared to me, saying, I have indeed visited you and seen what is done to you in Mitzrayim, seen their affliction. So, yeah. So this is really power packed here, man. And we need to totally understand exactly what's being said here, because this is where people go and they try to, influence people with their false interpretation here, saying that his name is I am. His name isn't I am. Okay. It's in first person. Yahuwah can say his name is I am, but we can't say his name that way. We have to say Yah. So what's Yah? Yeah, Yah. I will be there. Okay. It's also a diminutive form of his name, the shortened form, like Joseph and Joe, right? Chris or Christopher, this type of thing. Mike and Michael, Steve and Stephen. These type of things. They're shortened names. That's all. I don't know if Lou's name is Lewis, and Lou is short for Lewis. Is it, Phyllis? Or is it just Lou?
His name is Lewis, Lewis.
See? So there we go. And so that's all that this is. Yah is just his shortened name, his diminutive name. Okay? That's all it is. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was so excited when this is the first time I've seen it, I guess, was revealed to me. But it's almost like Yahuwah is saying, oh, well, if they're having problems with this, just tell them I'll be who I want to be. I mean, paraphrasing, like, I will be who I am. This is who I am. Don't question it.
Yeah. Yeah. So we know that this isn't his name, because look at the definition. Look at the interpretation in Hebrew, in English. I will be who I will be. And the high is I will be there. Okay. To shorten it, just like you shorten his name. But this is not his name, because the definition of what Ahaya, Asher Ahaya means is I will be who I will be. His name is Yahuwah. What is the definition of his name? All Hebrew names, all of them have a definition. If it doesn't have a definition, it's not Hebrew. Can't be. So what's the definition of his name, Yahuwah? What is it? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I am, I was, and I will be.
Yeah, similar. Anybody else got to say it better? Who? Who? I'm giving you a hint. Who? Who is your hint? Who is, who was, and who is coming. That's the definition of what who his name means. So who is, who was, who is coming is a whole lot different than I will be who I will be. So that by definition, it's not his name. All right, everybody on board with that? You understanding what I'm saying there? That's very important. Okay. Thoughts, comments, questions? If not, let's continue on then, June. Go ahead and read the rest of the chapter.
All right, starting at verse 18, still in chapter 3. And they shall listen to your voice, and you shall come, you and the elders of Israel, to the sovereign of Mizraim, and you shall say to him, Yahuwah Elohim of the Hebrews has met with us. And now please let us go 3 yeomen journey into the wilderness to slaughter to Yahuwah our Elohim. But I know that the sovereign of Mizraim is not going to let you go, not even by a strong hand. And I shall stretch out my hand and smite Mizraim with all my wonders, which I shall do in its midst. And after that, he shall let you go. And I shall give this people favor in the eyes of the Mitzrites. And it shall be that when you go, you shall not go empty-handed. But every Asha shall ask from her neighbor and from the stranger in her house objects of silver and objects of gold and garments, and you shall put them on your sons and on your daughters, and shall plunder the Mitzrites.
Wow. Okay. So really cool. Here we got, Yahuwah actually telling Moses what's going to happen before it even happens. And so he's letting him know that, hey, he's not going to let you go. But after I do my wonders, he'll let you go. Okay. And then you're not going to just leave. You're going to plunder them. You're going to take all their treasures with you. And so they left out of there, man, they had all kinds of silver and gold and garments. I mean, they were filthy rich walking out of there, man. They didn't go empty-handed. And so what a powerful exhibit for Yahuwah to do, to exhibit his power and strength, Not only are they leaving, they're taking all their wealth with them. They say Egypt never recovered from this. Okay. All the plagues on Egypt, and they were a great nation, and the wealth and everything, they've never recovered since this. That's how much of treasure they took out of Egypt, and how horrible the plagues were on Egypt, is that country's never recovered. They used to be the most powerful nation on the earth before this, but they've never recovered since. Okay, go ahead, Phyllis.
Who are the neighbors? I mean, isn't everybody living in the land of Goshen, of the people of Israel? So who would neighbors be?
Well, they were living in houses. Remember, they built houses for them, and so I suppose they were they would be the Egyptians. So every asher shall ask from her neighbor and from the stranger in her house, which is a little bit odd. The stranger in her house, object of silver and gold and garments, and put them on your sons and your daughters, and shall plunder the Mitzrayites. So it's the Mitzrayites. It tells us right there, that last sentence. You shall plunder the Mitzrayites. So the neighbors are the Mitzrayites, the Egyptians. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Boy, that's a powerful chapter, ain't it? Wow. Go ahead, Chance.
As just a quick question up here in verse 18, it says, Yahuwah Elohim of the Hebrews. Has Yashrael not been announced yet? Why is he saying the Hebrews? Are they not named Yashrael yet?
Yahuwah Elohim of the Hebrews has met with us.
Yeah, how come they say Hebrews and not Yashrael?
Oh, well, they weren't a nation yet. No.
Okay. And what's your interpretation? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Chance. Go ahead.
What's your interpretation, your spiritual interpretation on the land of milk and honey? What is that symbolic to in spiritual? I know obviously the literal, but spiritually, milk and honey.
Well, it just means the land of milk and honey just means prosperity and health. Health and prosperity. That's what it means in the Hebrew mindset. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, growing up, we've always seen this. They have these movies and everything where you've got Moshe walking in, and sometimes Aaron's not even there when he was supposed to be the spokesperson. But it says here, you and the elders of Israel. So those elders, am I right in thinking that they are ahead of each tribe of Israel here? And Moses has been gone. He has been gone from this place for 40 years. And now he has to go back there. Not only is he convincing Pharaoh, does he not have to go to his own people and talk to them and say, hey, this is what's happened to me, which we've seen. It said, come in my name. But can you imagine him going in there and having to share that with them? And they're saying, we remember a time when you were an Egyptian back here. We remember a time. I just cannot imagine some of the confrontation that came up when he went in there and gathered them together. But then they believed him in revealing this, that he had been told, and they are there with him to come up before Pharaoh. So that is just amazing to just imagine all of them standing there in representation. I just thought that was just really neat.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Paul a little bit, huh? They were all freaked out on Paul too when he had to go to them, kind of a little bit of a parallel there. That's amazing, man. He definitely leaves his fingerprints on his works for sure. Man, you can track him pretty good, really. He doesn't change a lot. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions, Sandra?
I kind of saw this also as a plan of Yahuwah's plan of deliverance. Like he is Yahuwah Sabaoth, Yahuwah of armies. So he's also assigning and commissioning Musha the distribution of his plan and how it's going to work. Like when Yahusha left, I think it's in Matthew 28, he said, go ye into all the world and preach to every creature my name, the name of the Father, the name of the Son, and the name of the Ruach HaKodesh. So it's like he's commissioning Musha and telling him how this is my plan and this is how it's going to work. You do this, like I said. This is assignment.
Oh
on
yeah.
how to execute. He's giving him the plan of execution.
He's telling him
to
exactly.
deliver them. And I also
Yeah.
wanted us to be reminded. Remember, they had been in Mitzrayim for 400 years as slaves. Most likely, they had forgotten Papa's name, Yahuwah's name. Some of them probably didn't even remember his name. It's been so long. They had forgotten his law. They had been enculturated with a lot of Egyptian patterns and things like that. So this was like their first battle that they're going to fight. And this is how I'm going to do it. It's not coming to you easy. You're going to do it in this process, in this step.
Yeah, I think some of the elders knew his name.
Okay.
Because otherwise, I mean, why would Yahuwah tell him to tell him that? It would mean nothing to them. So there must have been somebody knowing, because it would mean something to somebody.
Okay.
So,
thanks.
But you're right. Probably the majority of them had forgotten, wasn't even talking about him anymore. But there were some of the elders, I think. And you got to remember, they kept track of their lineage and genealogy. All that was important to them back then. So some of them had to remember. So when that message that Yahuwah told them to tell them had to mean something to them. And so they would, oh, the two name? What? Hardly anybody knows that, And so then they would believe that it was Yahuwah that told him to do it, But go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, just to add with that conversation, you remember when Yahuwah said, their cries have reached my ears? You know what I mean? So somebody had his name to pray on behalf and intercede for Yashrael. Also, I think it's amazing that, again, Yahuwah's great power, these people plundered themselves happily. Can you believe that? They said, what about your gold and silver? They said, here you go. You know what I mean? They plundered themselves all the way. And if you look at today, if Egypt is where the 3 pyramids are, that place is desolate. It looks like it's still flooded by dirt and dust. That place never recovered. It's a sign. Still, the Sphinx is all beat up looking and all the weird, all the it's all desolate. If you look at some of the stuff on YouTube and you look at Egypt nowadays, it's just like a sign. Oh, look what it used to be. But it's not inhabited anymore. It's brought low. Yahuwah definitely made that place uninhabitable. Now it's just a, you know what I mean? Like it's just a sign. It's just a sign of Yahuwah's power. You look at it and it's been looks like it's been flooded out and there's nothing left. It's just, never recovered. Wow. Barak Yahuwah, hallelujah.
Yeah. As we go into 4 here now, we're going to see that, Moses is still doubting his ability to do this and to go. He's still, kind of like, I don't want to go in front of Pharaoh. He's still showing his little inferiority complex is surfacing as we go into this chapter. So pay attention to that because it's leading us somewhere. Okay. So it's important to see that Moses is acting this way. Okay. Sandra, go ahead.
I just wanted to know, is this also a prophecy of the end time deliverance during the 7,000 years?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's a foreshadow of the second Exodus. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a second Exodus coming. Yeah. This is foreshadowing that. Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Okay. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay, who wants to read 4? Chapter 4, somebody. Where's Talitha? She usually likes to read.
Okay, I'll read.
Okay. I'm sorry, are you eating?
I'm done. I'm done.
Okay. Hey, Speedy likes his pet, by the way. And tell the kids that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Speedy digs that pet, man.
Hey, I gotta go in a little bit here, my brothers and sisters, but I love you all. My heart is with you. Thank you, Mark, for this assembly, putting it together. My brothers and sisters, it's so delightful and refreshing to see your faces. I love you.
Okay, Chance.
Okay.
All right, let's go into 4.
Exodus chapter 4. And Musha answered and said, and if they do not believe me, nor listen to my voice, and say, Yahuwah has not appeared to you. Yahuwah has not appeared to you. And Yahuwah said to him, what is that in your hand? And he said, a rod. And he said, throw it on the ground. So he threw it on the ground, and it became a serpent. And Musha fled from it. And Yahuwah said to Musha, reach out your hand and take it by the tail. So he reached out his hand and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand. That they believe that Yahuwah, Elohim of their fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Yitzhak, and the Elohim of Jacob, has appeared to you. And Yahuwah said to him again, now put your hand in your bosom. And he put his hand in his bosom. And when he took it out, and see, his hand was leprous, like snow. And he said, put your hand in your bosom again. So he put his hand in his bosom again, and drew it out of his bosom, and see, it was restored like his other flesh. And it shall be, if they do not believe you, nor listen to the voice of the first sign, they shall believe the voice of the latter sign. And it shall be, if they do not believe even these 2 signs, or listen to your voice, that you shall take water from the river and pour it on the dry land. And the water which you take from the river shall become blood on the dry land. And Musha said to Yahuwah, O Yahuwah, I am not a man of words, neither before nor since you have spoken to your servant. For I am slow of speech and slow of tongue. And Yahuwah said to him, who has made man's mouth? Or who makes dumb or deaf or seeing or blind? Is it not I, Yahuwah? And now go, and I shall be with your mouth and teach you what to say.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so we can see here, that Moses is trying to wiggle his way out of this. No matter all the signs that he just showed him and everything else, Moses is still trying to get out of it. And now he's saying, I'm not a man of words. I'm slow of speech and slow of tongue. He's got a heavy tongue. And so not traditionally, they say that he stuttered. But this right here, slow of speech and slow of tongue, is more of a speech impediment like I have. And what happens is you can say
You guys find it interesting that as soon as Masha threw that staff on the floor, the rod, it became a serpent, and in Numbers, Masha had to make a rod and put a serpent on there and lift up the serpent. And that's how it's strange how the rod turns into a serpent, and in the wilderness, when they were bit by a serpent, they had to look at the serpent lifted up by the rod. Wonder if there's any resemblance there, or any kind of connection.
was thinking that rod was Yahusha from the rod of Yishai. Daud is the son of Yishai, and Yahusha is that rod, our rod of deliverance. And remember Yahusha? I don't know. That's what I was just thinking. That's like a type of Yahusha, because he's gonna stamp the serpent's head, and the serpent's gonna bite his feet. So it's sort of like a prophecy of Yahusha conquering Shaitan.
You know, Sandra, you're hitting on some powerful stuff. He says, just like Masha lift up the serpent in the wilderness, so also the son of Adam shall be lifted up. Ooh, there's some heat right there. Whew.
And
Hey,
on
let's
one
not
of my
even-
posts, they had somebody that responded and said that about the snake, and somebody else said it's because the stake, I guess, because I always picture it as pointed, is like killing the snake. So it's like a double thing. You know, it was that the snake is not powerful, but Yahuwah is.
So like killing wrongdoing,
Mm-hmm.
putting to death the wrongdoing, the evil. So it's like stab, stick
Yeah.
it. I never liked serpents. They're just ugly.
Isn't that the sign of the Roman Catholic Church? They got that serpent in their little
This is
situation.
Serpent Trinity, man. Serpent Trinity. They make a three-headed monster out of everything. But anyway, getting back to what I was talking about. Yeah, he had this heavy tongue and this speech impediment where his words would be in his mind correctly, but when they transfer from his brain out of his mouth, he can't say them right, but he can say them in his mind correctly. So that something with the tongue doesn't move around in the mouth correctly enough to make the sound of the words. That sounds like the type of speech impediment that he had. But traditionally, they say that he stuttered, you know. But I mean, I don't know if I buy into that, but that's what they say. So slow of speech and slow of tongue. And then what's really amazing to me is 11. And Yahuwah said, "Who has made man's mouth?" Right? Or who makes dumb or deaf or seen or blind? Is it not I, Yahuwah? And now go, and I shall be with your mouth and teach you what to say. It blows my mind, man. So Yahuwah is saying here, you know, that I made your mouth, okay? So go talk the way I made it. And then it says that he even makes people dumb and deaf and blind or seeing, you know. And so it's Yahuwah that does the affliction to the people, brings that affliction on. Which to me, it blows my mind. I don't know about y'all, but it reminds me of somebody that can't sing, you know, but yet they sing, you know. They won't sing because they know they can't sing, they can't carry a tone. But to Yahuwah, he likes their voice. Even though you don't, he does, because he made their voice. He's the one that made their voice that way. And so if they sing to Yahuwah, he still enjoys their voice because he made it that way. You ever think of that? That's the way it's really true. Go ahead, Ross.
Well, what came to me was similar to what you're saying, but you remember the one that played Gomer Pyle? that he was a stutterer, but yet when he would sing that he didn't do that? Well,
Yeah.
If Moshe had been able to overcome his fear for speaking in front of people, he would have understood that when he spoke, that Yahuwah would have changed it and he wouldn't have had that affliction anymore. But he would had the fear of speaking in front of people, and I think that's what it was. That he wouldn't have had that affliction because Yahuwah would have been speaking for him.
I know that there are people that stutter really bad. Sometimes when they sing, they don't stutter when they're singing.
Mhm.
There was a really, I can't remember who it was, a real famous person, a singer that was like that.
There was a country singer. There was the one that was Gomer Pyle.
But
And
this
there was
guy,
somebody else.
when he sang, he didn't. He sang perfectly, you know.
Mhm.
Kind of weird. But anyway, here's Moses. He's trying to come up with all kinds of excuses not to do what that Yahuwah told him to do. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I was thinking that he was also, remember when Yahusha said, when my father speak, he said, I am speaking what my father has spoken unto me. So he's establishing that he is the one that's going to do all the talking anyway. It don't matter what's going on with you and your voice. I am going to be talking. I am going to be declaring is what I'm getting out of this as well. It's not about what you can do or I can do. It's about what Yahuwah does through you. He's establishing that with him.
Yeah. So when the Ruach HaKodesh is in a person, right, and he speaks to a person or to a crowd through that person, does that person's voice change? Does their voice change? Ross?
The authority does, not the sound of the voice.
Right. So the sound of the voice stays the same. And why? Because Yahuwah is talking through them using their voice box. So the voice sounds the same. It doesn't change at all. So you can't tell it's Yahuwah speaking by the sound of the voice because the voice sounds the same as it always does, right? But all of a sudden, if you're really listening, you'll see a change in authority, like she's saying, or you'll hear things that are being said. Then you'll be like, how do they know that? You know, and you could tell. This is Yahuwah talking, especially if you know the person really well. You can say, wow, that's not him saying that. That's Yahuwah saying that. You know, and you can actually discern that, especially if you know the person well. You've been around them a lot. You could tell that, hey, there's something different here. It's his voice or her voice, but there's something different here. You know what I mean? You could tell that. But he uses people's voices to deliver his message without changing their voice. It sounds the same. Okay. So even though it was Yahuwah is going to be speaking through Moses here, it's that Pharaoh is going to hear Moses' voice, speech impediment and all. You're going to still hear it. Okay. No difference in the voice. All righty. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Moses is still trying to get out of it. He ain't stopped yet either. He's going to keep trying. Go ahead. Let's go, Talitha.
Okay, verse 13. But he said, O Yahuwah, please send by the hand of him whom you would send. And the displeasure of Yahuwah burned against Moshe. And he said, Is not Aaron the Levite your brother? I know that he speaks well, and see, he is also coming out to meet you. And when he sees you, he shall be glad in his heart, and you shall speak to him and put the words in his mouth. And I am with you, with your mouth and with his mouth. And I shall teach you what to do. And he shall speak for you to the people. And it shall be that he shall be a mouth for you, and you shall be an Elohim for him. And take this rod in your hand, with which you shall do the signs. Then Moshe went and returned to Yithro, his father-in-law, and said to him,
Okay, hang on a minute, please.
Yep.
Okay, so all right, now, so Moses trying to get out of this, and look what Yahuwah does. He said, okay, no, I'm just going to send your brother with you. We'll let your brother, you talk to your brother. I tell you what, I'll talk to you. You talk to your brother, and your brother can talk to Pharaoh. Is that crazy or is that crazy? And that's what they're doing. But look at this right here in 16. And he shall speak for you to the people, and it shall be that he shall be a mouth for you, and you shall be an Elohim for him. What? What does that mean? You shall be an Elohim for him? What does that mean? Ross?
That Moses was actually he was speaking through both, but Moses had more power and authority coming directly from Yahuwah than what Aaron did. He had more of Yahuwah.
Right. Exactly. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Yeah, meaning that Aaron would not or should not say anything that Moses didn't tell him to say. That
Right.
he's
That's
in
right.
charge.
Exactly. Okay. So very good. And so Moses is out excuses, and so now he's going to go do what he's supposed to do. He's done run out of excuses now, right? All right, let's go ahead and go, Talitha.
Okay, verse 18. Then Moshe went and returned to Yithro, his father-in-law, and said to him, Please let me go and return to my brothers who are in Mitzrayim to see whether they are still alive. And Yithro said to Moshe, Go in peace. And Yahuwah said to Moshe in Midian, Go, return to Mitzrayim, for all the men are dead who sought your life. So Moshe took his Asher and his sons and set them on a donkey. And he returned to the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe took the rod of Elohim in his hand. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, As you go back to Mitzrayim, see that you do all those wonders before Pharaoh, which I have put in your hand. But I am going to harden his heart, so that he does not let the people go. And you shall say to the Pharaoh, Thus said Yahuwah, Yisrael is my son, my firstborn. So I say to you, let my son go to serve me. But if you refuse to let him go, see, I am killing your son, your firstborn.
Okay, hang on. Okay, wow, huh? So this is so powerful, man. So Yahuwah said to Moses, Go back to Mitzrayim and see that you do all these wonders before Pharaoh. And he tells him to go, up in verse 19, Moshe, to go to Midian, go into Mitzrayim, for all the men are dead who sought your life. So now he's reassuring him, he's saying, look, the people that wanted to kill you are all dead. Ain't nobody going to hurt you. Go. Moses, he knows Moses is still scared, and he's still not wanting to do what he's supposed to do. So this inferiority complex thing, he's still sticking with him. And so he has to let him know that everybody that's out to kill him died. They're dead. Nobody going to hurt you. Go. Just mind blowing to me. And then down here, it says that you shall say to Pharaoh that Israel's my son and my firstborn. And if you don't let him go, my son go to serve me. If you refuse, I'm going to kill your son, your firstborn kid. Wow. It's just, that's so powerful right there. What does Yahuwah mean by Israel's my son, my firstborn? Sandra?
Well, is it a type of Yahusha going to be born? Because Yahusha was the firstborn of all creation. And when Yahusha came forth, I think it was Herod that sent out to kill him because the magicians had told him that they saw his star shining. And he was out to kill his firstborn. So is this sort of like a prophecy? He said, out of Egypt, I called my son.
Yeah, exactly. Is everybody picking up on that? Everybody understand what she just said?
All esteem to Yahusha.
All right. Yeah, wow. An amazing thing here. Okay, why do you think that Pharaoh said, why did he say, but I'm going to harden his heart so that he does not let the people go? Is that fair? I mean, come on, man. Yeah, Pharaoh ain't got a chance. If Yahuwah is going to harden his heart so he don't let his people go, why is Yahuwah doing that and putting Pharaoh through all this? All these different wonders, all these plagues, destroying Egypt. Why is Yahuwah doing that? I mean, he's the one hardening his heart. He's not giving him the ability to make a decision to let them go. He's making him harden his heart so he doesn't let them go, so he can do all these things to him because he's not letting them go. Why is Yahuwah doing that? What's up with that, man? Phyllis?
Is it a foreshadow of when he destroys the earth with the plagues and the different things?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely a foreshadow. Go ahead, Sandra.
So he's doing it because he wants to show his might and who he is, so that Pharaoh will know who Yahuwah is. This is his demonstration to declare himself. He's declaring himself, letting you know this is the Almighty.
Talita?
And it's also to be like a lasting kind of declaration. It's to esteem his name, but for a long time, like as Chance was saying, like if you look at Egypt now, if you read scripture, then you still see that like Egypt never picked up again the way it had in those days, right? If you don't believe in it, then of course you're not going to look there. But if you do, you can still see his presence of what he did. So, I always have a hard time when I read this part, because every time you hear that he's hardening the heart, I'm like, oh man, it's like he's hardening his heart, but the guy doesn't have a chance, right? But it's for that, like, had it not gone that way, then this wouldn't be a lasting story that continues on forever and ever.
For his purpose.
It has to be very, very, like, a very strong and deep kind of story, and also like as you were saying, as a foreshadow as well. So it's also like a warning in some sense to show us too, for the foreshadow of what's going to happen in the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead, Ross.
You can actually see it being done in people that you're around too. Like he uses that now, it wasn't just back then. He still uses those same things now as tools to strengthen us and to, just make us stronger. And also to see his work being done.
Yeah, why did Yahuwah say why Pharaoh was born? He said Pharaoh was born for a specific reason. What was it? Anybody know?
To destroy him?
No.
He said, I created the waster to destroy.
Anybody know?
I don't know that, but was Pharaoh a sort of shaitan also?
Let's look at Romans real quick. We'll go to Romans 9.
I knew it.
Let's see. Romans 9. I mean, it says it over here as well, but I don't want to jump ahead. Let's go to Romans 9 instead and look at 17. So, well, I guess we could look at it over there too. But anyway, Romans 9:17 says, "For the scripture says to Pharaoh, for this same purpose I have raised you up to show my power in you and that my name be declared in all the earth." That's why Pharaoh was born, so he could declare his name throughout all of the earth. So Pharaoh doesn't have a chance here. So then he favors whom he wishes and he hardens whom he wishes. Then you shall say to me, why does he still find fault? For who has resisted his counsel? But who are you, O man, to talk back to Yahuwah? Shall that which is formed say to him who formed it, why have you made me like this? So, folks, this is not free will. This is screaming predetermination. Tell you about that, Chief. Look at Exodus 9:16. Exodus 9:16 says, "And for this reason I have raised you up, in order to show you my power, and in order to declare my name in all the earth." So, and over here where it says that he's hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he does not let my people go. Okay, so this is all predetermination, man. I mean, there's nothing about free will here. This tells me Yahuwah has everything planned out. He knows exactly what everybody's going to do, what they're going to say, why they were born. We get to live in a perceived free will, but what we're really doing, the truth of it is, we're just living out Yahuwah's will. What we were born to do, why he created us. That's how we think it's free will, and we're allowed to because we have to. Otherwise, we'd probably go insane, and kill each other. We're already doing that, but maybe even more so. But for the sake of our sanity, we get to perceive that we're living in free will. But really, what we just read says screaming otherwise. No matter how you slice the pie, man. Thoughts, comments, questions? Anybody? Somebody had their hand up. Who was it? Phyllis? No? Ross, you have your hand up? It's not somebody did.
Yeah, it was, but my thought changed on it.
Okay. All right. Okay. So Israel's my son, my firstborn. Let's look at Isaiah 19:25 real quick. See what that says. Isaiah 19:25. Let's see. Whom Yahuwah Sabaoth shall bless, saying, Blessed is Mitzrayim, my people, and Asher, the work of my hands, and Yisrael, my inheritance. Why is he saying here, Blessed is Mitzrayim, my people? He's fixing to do all this stuff to Mitzrayim. Now over here he's saying, Blessed is Mitzrayim, my people. What's going on, man? Any idea? Phyllis?
Perhaps he was treating them like a child and disciplining them. And now that he has, he's because he disciplines those he loves.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else have any thoughts or comments or questions? Okay, so if you can imagine, the Israelites were here in this land for 430 years. Okay. Can you imagine how much intermarrying was going on between, and maybe even rapes between the Egyptians and the Israelites? And so the seed of Abraham must have spread out through this land. It's mixed heavily with the Egyptians. So a lot of his people remained there, as Egyptians. See what I'm saying? And I think that maybe this is why, and not to mention the fact that the promised land goes all the way over to the Nile. That's all part of Israel. It's not really Egypt. So everybody that's living in the promised land east of the Nile, it's probably his people as well, because they're living in his land. Remember what he said? All those sojourners into Israel are my people. You're to treat them exactly like a Hebrew, right? And wherever they settle, they become part of that tribe. That's what tribe they're from. And so they're in the promised land. Everybody east of the Nile, that's all the promised land, man. So amazingly, the second the Israelites crossed the Sea of Reeds, okay, and were immersed through the water and went to the other side, they were in the promised land. Why? Why were they considered in the promised land other than the literal? That's what he told them there. He told them the promised land went from the Nile to the great river Euphrates. So literally, they were on Israeli soil, okay, land that belonged to Yahuwah. Anybody got any thoughts on it? Sandra?
I don't have any thoughts on that, but I'm wondering, is it because of they part of the mixed multitude, part of Ephraim, the next nations? Because Israel technically has been scattered among all the nations. And once they were scattered, like you said, they had intermarried and such. So it's sort of like the wild olive tree and the engrafted in thought is what came to my mind. 1925, Mitzrayim is sort of like the nations. They engrafted into his firstborn, becoming a part of the olive tree. Plus, he had a mixed multitude.
What is Israel's my son, my firstborn? Why is he saying that? Phyllis?
Is it because he made a covenant with Abraham, and these are the seed? This is the seed of Abraham, but he made a covenant with him.
Yeah, that's right. And so all the other sons, besides Yisrael, coming down directly from that Abraham line, goes all the way to the Messiah, and the Messiah is his firstborn son, right? His only son. And so Israel carries that seed all the way down through that genealogy, all the way to the Messiah, and that's his son, his firstborn son, right? And so, besides that, Israel spreads out, intermarries, mixes with all the Gentiles, and then so the Abraham becomes the father of the Gentiles as well, right? And so they become adopted sons, and through the seed of Abraham as well. And so but they're not the firstborn sons; they're a different flock, the other flock, right? And so, in that sense, Israel is firstborn as well. Okay, so in both those ways. The second, the Israelites crossed over the Sea of Reeds. They were in the Promised Land, right? They were in Israel, but they didn't know it. For some reason, they didn't know it. But yet their land went all the way from the Nile all the way over to the great river Euphrates. It's the Promised Land. Go ahead, Talita.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it as that, like, for example, the firstborn. So the firstborn is the one who is basically responsible to take the name to kind of represent the name, which in this case would be Yahuwah. So the firstborn is Yesharel, and that's the one who has to carry the name right until the end, right? So that's kind of how I saw it when I was reading it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead, Ross.
Yeah, they were the chosen people that he chose out of everybody to become the ones that would teach and be the they would be the ones that people could watch and see, like they were doing the good things and not the bad things that they were doing. That they were the examples, and that but then they kept going astray. And so then, they weren't the examples that they were supposed to be.
Mm-hmm. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? I thought I had another map here. Well, I don't know where it's at. But anyway, all right. Let's just go ahead and continue on then.
Okay, so we are at verse 24, chapter 4. And it came to be on the way in the lodging place that Yahuwah met him and sought to kill him. And Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son and threw it at Musha's feet and said, "You are indeed a bridegroom of blood to me." So he let him go. Then she said, "You are a bridegroom of blood because of the circumcision." And Yahuwah said to Aaron, Go to meet Moshe in the wilderness. And he went and met him on the mountain of Elohim, and kissed him. Moshe then told Aaron all the words of Yahuwah, who had sent him, and all the signs which he had commanded him. And Moshe went with Aaron, and gathered together all the elders of the children of Yisrael. And Aaron spoke all the words which Yahuwah had spoken to Moshe. Then he did the signs before the eyes of the people, and the people believed. And they heard that Yahuwah had visited the children of Yisrael, and that he had looked on their affliction, and they bowed their heads and did obeisance.
All right, thanks, Talita. Okay, anybody got thoughts, comments, or questions on this chapter 4? So what's going on up here with took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son and threw it at Moses' feet, and said, "You are indeed a bridegroom of blood to me." What's that all about? That's kind of odd, isn't it? You think that's all about a bride? You're a bride of blood. Roz?
By her doing that, that saved his life because Yahuwah was very mad at him. And because of not having done that. And then also with the way that he kept trying to get every excuse not to do his bidding,
Mm-hmm.
And then, so that's why he was upset with him.
So Yahuwah, who was he seeking to kill? That Yahuwah met him at the lodging place sought to kill him. Who was it?
Musha.
So he was going to kill Moses?
Uh-huh. That's how I've always understood it.
Okay.
Because of
And
disobedience.
So then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son and threw it at Moses' feet. How did that save his life? I mean, what's that got to do with anything? Phyllis?
Moshe was disobedient and hadn't seen to it what it was supposed to be done.
Yeah, seemed like his wife seemed to know something here. I don't know. I mean, you're a bridegroom of blood to me, so he let him go. Then she said, "You are a bridegroom of blood because of the circumcision." And she said to Aaron, "Go to me, Moses, in the wilderness." And he went and met him on the mountain and kissed him. I mean, what's going on here? To me, it's odd. I don't know. It's just odd to me, man. Where's this coming from, man? I mean, it's like out of nowhere. But it's, I mean, there's got to be a purpose here. There's something here. So Yahuwah tells Moses to return to Egypt, and then along the way, his wife circumcises their son to avert Yahuwah's wrath on Moses. This is just, I don't know. What's going on, man? This is something strange, man. What do you think, Sandra?
Well, I was kind of thinking that I might be wrong. Since Yahusha is our bridegroom, and without the shedding of blood, there's no forgiveness of our sins. And he's cutting off the circumcision, the foreskin of her son, that that's part of the covenant, the land covenant. It was being established in blood. In other words, he had to have that. He had to have done that. It's sort of like when Yahusha went to get immersed by Yehukanan, the immersion. He said it fulfills us to follow all the guidelines. In other words,
did Moses' mom circumcise him on the 8th day?
We don't know. It doesn't say, but I don't know.
Were they commanded to do that back then?
They were supposed to have done that. That's a part of the Abrahamic covenant for the land.
Okay, so they started doing that with Abraham, right? And so more than likely Moses' mother did it to him, right? Because he was what, 3 months old when she put him in the river?
Right.
Was he 3 months old? Is that what it said?
Right.
So he probably was circumcised. Well, he didn't circumcise his son? I mean, he was on his way to Egypt, right? So he was obeying Yahuwah. Then all of a sudden, Yahuwah wants to kill him. And so his wife circumcises their son and throws the foreskin at the feet of Moses and saves his life. Why? I mean, what's going on there? Is it like Phyllis said, because Moses failed to obey the Torah and circumcise his son at 8 days old? And so Yahuwah wanted to kill him. But this was after he told him to go do all that stuff to Mitzrayim, to Egypt. And all of a sudden he's going to kill him? I don't know, man. I'm missing something here. There seems to be something missing. I don't know. Anybody getting it? Is anybody at all seeing it?
Is this a prophecy?
Could it be?
Is this a prophecy about who's shedding his blood? Is it a prophecy? It's like bridegroom of blood to me.
Yeah. You are indeed a bridegroom of blood to me.
Sister Sandra, I think you hit on it just then, because we, the bride, we have caused him to shed blood, and Moshe's bride caused him to shed blood. I don't know. It's made more sense in my head, but I heard what you said.
I hear what you're saying too. It's something to do with the blood of Yahusha.
Let me see if I can look it up. See when these apps pop something up here. It says, did come up, it says, that don't make any sense either. Okay, so Yahuwah called Moses from the land of Midian to return to Egypt and lead the Hebrew people out. After some initial objections, Moses accepted the will of Yahuwah, packed up his family, and started on the journey. Then something strange and troubling happened. No kidding. We already know that much. Something strange and troubling happened at a lodging place on the way. Yahuwah meets Moses and wants to kill him. Duh. So the disturbing incident in which Yahuwah was going to kill Moses is not fully explained in text, but we can piece together an idea of what occurred. Yahuwah was seeking to kill Moses. His wife took a flint knife and circumcised her son. After the operation, she touches Moses' feet with the foreskin and then calls her husband a bridegroom of blood, referencing the circumcision. At that point, Yahuwah leaves Moses alone. So based on the fact that Elohim was going to kill Moses, we can assume that Moses had committed some sort of a sin against Yahuwah. The fact that the circumcision of Moses' son, which he should have done when he was 8 days old. That's what's weird. I don't know why he didn't, but caused Yahuwah to relent, indicates that Moses' sin was a failure to circumcise his son. That's what they're saying. Well, Yahuwah had to already know that before he sent Moses on the quest, though. That's what's weird. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Sister Talisa was first.
Oh, well, go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always had an issue with this part because it just seems to come out of nowhere. Because right before Yahuwah is telling Moses what to say, and then all of a sudden it says that he's looking for him to kill him. Like it's like it feels like there's something that got deleted.
Yeah,
it just skips over. It's not a new chapter, but it skips over like something. Yeah. It just goes from one sentence of him. He's working with Moses in this moment, and then the next thing he's looking to kill him. So I don't know. It's very strange.
Well, this app says that the reason that he did this is symbolic. That Yahuwah was letting Moses know that mercy triumphs over judgment. And that was the lesson for Moses. That's what it's saying. Mercy triumphs over judgment was the lesson for Moses. Okay, that's what this app is saying anyway. That sounds about right. That could be, huh? Now go ahead, Phyllis.
I was also making a comparison between the blood on the feet of Moshe caused Yahuwah's spirit to pass away, to pass over, and then later they're going to be putting the blood of the lamb over the doorpost to cause Yahuwah's spirit to pass away.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe this is a foreshadow of that. Who knows? Could be. Go ahead, Ross.
Also, could it be that he was anointed at that point by the blood?
Can we say that Yahusha is a bridegroom of blood? Does that sound right to you? When we're referring to Yahusha, can we say that he's a bridegroom of blood?
Yeah, I would think so because
in a way we can.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the connection. Maybe you're right, Phyllis. Maybe the lamb's blood over the mantle pointing to the bridegroom of blood, which is Yahusha. I mean, maybe that's what's going on here. I don't know. It's just weird, man. There's something here. Mercy triumphs over judgment. Was what they're saying. The lesson was why Yahuwah did this, to teach Moses a lesson that mercy triumphs over judgment. I'm not sure in what way that would be, but there's something there about that bridegroom of blood. There's something there. Go ahead, Ross.
Isn't it also that he showed great mercy by sending his son to be hung for us and to die for us? And that's the great mercy then. And he's showing great mercy to Moshe now. And so it's a foretelling of the mercy that he's going to be showing when when his son dies. And the new skin, isn't that also kind of an analogy of, you had said last night about the immersion, and the foreskin represented the immersion, and now the immersion is the water. And so isn't it
the circumcision
all
of the heart, you mean? That's what the circumcision of the heart. The indwelling. All of it makes sense to what you were saying to me. It does have something to do with shedding the blood that covers the sin.
Yeah, I mean that's making some sense there, Ross. I mean,
Yeah.
that would be like foreshadow after foreshadow after foreshadow type thing, wouldn't it? Kind of weird. Okay. Okay, so where do we leave off at? Where'd you leave off, Talita?
She read all the way to the end of 4.
Did she finish it? Okay.
Right.
All right. So and then we have Aaron runs and kisses Moses, and so Moses then tells Aaron all the words of Yahuwah. They went and gathered up the elders. Moses told them what Yahuwah said, and the people believed him. And they bowed down and worshiped Yahuwah. Okay. All right. Thoughts, comments, questions? If not, let's finish today's study off with chapter 5. Who wants to read that? What's up, Sandra?
So I was noticing when he first told them when he went, he said the people believed him, and they heard that Yahuwah had visited the children of Israel, and that he had looked on their affliction, and they bowed their heads and did obeisance. That is like a fulfillment of the prophecy that Yusuf had told them too, and a fulfillment of the prophecy that Yahuwah gave Abraham, that after 400 years he would deliver them. So they kind of like, I think they believed so easily at that time is because they had been told these stories. They knew these stories. They had been told them.
Yeah, that could be.
I thought that was important to recognize this is sort of like the type.
Yeah, what the words Yahuwah told Moses to say had to, affect them. So they knew. They had to have known.
Mm-hmm.
At least somewhat.
But then, okay.
I mean, I can't see Yahuwah telling Moses to go say what he told him to say, and it wouldn't have any effect on him. I mean,
right.
It had to be
He
something.
probably gave him a believing heart too, because he hardened Pharaoh's heart, and they believed when Moshe talked to him.
Yeah.
Remember, he's the one that was doing it.
Yeah, that's true too. I mean, all right. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Ross?
Something that just popped in my head was, you know how when Moses dies and his body had to be recovered by one of the angels, one of the Malachim, and it was because Satan wanted to take it and do something with his body. Is it possible that it's the reason that he was going to kill him was not just because of disobedience, but that maybe the people were starting to look up to Moses and see him as something more than what Yahuwah was to them?
Well, he hadn't talked to
possible?
him. He hadn't talked to him yet.
Okay,
They didn't know anything about Moses yet.
true. Okay,
But
sorry.
Yahuwah can see into the future, so I mean, maybe he knew, that would happen. But I don't think Moses. Scripture mentions that he was the most humble man that ever lived.
Mhm.
So he wasn't the type to go trying to steal Yahuwah's esteem.
No. Yeah, he wasn't, but the people did. Remember, they wanted to, it was said about them wanting to worship him or something. That the devil wanted to make it like that.
Well, the devil wanted to steal his body to make it so they would set up a temple or a monument and worship it and all that, contributed to Moses. But I don't know if if we can apply it here yet.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Sorry.
saying?
Yeah.
No,
Sorry about that.
No, nothing to be sorry about. I'm just not, I'm not seeing it. That's all. All right. Any other thoughts, comments or questions?
What I see into what she's saying, if you relate how the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the Sanhedrin were always talking about, we are children of Musha. That could be like a type of that, what you're saying, sister.
Yeah, and they also call the Torah the book of Moshe as well.
Uh-huh.
So there is a little bit of the Moses worship going on there, a little bit.
Yeah, but it hadn't yet started yet.
Nothing yet started yet.
Yeah. Thank you, Sandra.
Well, all esteem to Yahusha for helping me to see that.
Okay. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Okay, let's wrap it up with chapter 5. Who wants to read that? Go ahead, Joe.
Got it. Chapter 5, verse 1. And afterwards Moses and Aaron went in and said to Pharaoh, Thus said Yahuwah Elohim of Israel, Let my people go, so that they keep a festival to me in the wilderness. And Pharaoh said, Who is Yahuwah, that I should obey his voice and let Israel go? I do not know Yahuwah, nor am I going to let Israel go. And they said, The Elohim of the Hebrews has met with us. Please let us go 3 yaman journey into the wilderness and slaughter to Yahuwah our Elohim, lest he fall upon us with pestilence or with the sword. But the sovereign of Mitzrayim said to them, Moses and Aaron, why do you take the people from their work? Get back to your burdens. And Pharaoh said, See, the people of the land are many now, and you make them cease from their burdens. And the same Yom, Pharaoh commanded the slave drivers of their people and their foremen, saying, You are no longer to give the people straw to make bricks as before. Let them go and gather straw for themselves, and lay on them the required amount of bricks which they made before. Do not diminish it, for they are idle. That is why they cry out, saying, Let us go and slaughter to our Elohim. Let more work be laid on the men, so that they labor in it, and not pay attention to words of falsehood. And the slave drivers of the people and their foremen went out and spoke to the people, saying, Thus said Pharaoh, I do not give you straw. Go, take straw for yourselves, wherever you find it, for your work shall not be diminished.
Okay, hang on. All right, so I don't know. Somebody mentioned that why they calling him the Hebrew, the Elohim of the Hebrew. But here in 2, it does mention Israel. And Pharaoh said, Who is Yahuwah that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? And then I do not know Yahuwah, nor am I going to let Israel go. And they said, The Elohim of the Hebrews has met with us. They were known as both, man, Hebrew and Israel. But Israel as a nation was not established yet, So this would be more referencing the 12 tribes, Jacob. His name was changed to Israel. So it's more of the people rather than the nation, I think. The Hebrew obviously is referencing their speech, their language, the language that they spoke. Okay. All right. Everybody follow along with that one? All right, Joe. Let's continue on then.
Chapter 5, verse 12. And the people were scattered in all the land of Mitzrayim to gather stubble for straw. And the slave drivers were hurrying them on, saying, Complete your work, your daily amount, as when there was straw. Also the foremen of the children of Israel, whom Pharaoh's slave drivers had been set over, were beaten and were asked, Why have you not completed your task in making bricks, both yesterday and today, as before? And the foreman of the children of Israel came and cried out to Pharaoh, saying, Why do you treat your servants this way? There is no straw given to your servants. And they say to us, make bricks. And you see, your servants are beaten, but your own people are at fault. But he said, you are idle. You are idle. That is why you say, let us go and slaughter to Yahuwah. So now go, work, and straw is not given to you, but deliver the amount of bricks. And the foreman of the children of Israel saw that they were in trouble after it was said, you are not to diminish your daily amount of bricks. And when they came out from Pharaoh, they met Moses and Aaron, who stood there to meet them. And they said to them, let Yahuwah look on you and judge, because you have made us loathsome in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of his servants, to give a sword in their hand to kill us. And Moses returned to Yahuwah and said, Yahuwah, why have you done this evil to this people? Why did you send me? For ever since I came to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has done evil to this people, and you have not delivered your people at all.
Wow. So now we got Moses talking back to Yahuwah now, accusing Yahuwah of all kinds of stuff, doing evil upon the people and everything else. So what do y'all think of that? Talita?
It kind of reminds me of the chapter of Jonah. He was always like, he was afraid to originally go to the people, and then, you know, it was just this kind of bickering throughout the whole thing of like, first why all the excuses of not going, and then at the end kind of talking back also in a similar kind of way.
Yeah, he really talking back here and now. I'm kind of, I don't know, kind of torn a little bit here about Moses, and he's, you know, yeah, Yahuwah's going to kill him. You've been trying to get out of this and everything. You saw the power of Yahuwah. Yahuwah's going to kill him, and now, you know, he's over there doing that, and then instead of sticking up for Yahuwah, you know, he comes back and starts talking against Yahuwah and getting smart with Yahuwah. Those, I don't know, man. Just kind of a weird thing going on here with him. Go ahead, Ross.
Isn't that him talking to him like a friend? That he's on that same level, that he can talk to him
You think?
and reason with him? Yeah, because he's one of them that's called a friend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Chandra?
Because
I was kind of wondering, is this sort of like a conditioning? He is actually not only having to condition the people because they have been from under his rule for so long, he's also having to condition Musha. But this is also like in the Natsarim writing, it talks about that. I think it's about those 4 types of seed.
Yeah.
Persecution arise when he's in the process right now of executing his deliverance plan. And now that at first over here in verse 31, they believed him and they looked on and they bowed their heads and did obeisance. But now that persecution has risen, the people began to doubt, and that doubt that the people had, Musha took to Yahuwah, is why he's talking to him like that, because now he's saying, you said you're going to deliver us, but now our deliverance is incorporating affliction on us from our oppressors. So it's like Scripture said, the thinking not strange concerning the fiery trials that are going to try us. Don't think it's strange, because we are going to suffer. So their deliverance doesn't just come easily. These afflictions are going to come. Same thing like us. Because we call upon his name, we're persecuted for his namesake. So this is sort of like a type to me of that persecution for deliverance is what's happening. And they're just this is just the beginning stages of it.
Am I missing something here? Because I thought that Yahuwah told Moses what was going to happen.
He did.
And why is Moses, you don't remember that Yahuwah told him what was going to happen or what? Why is he all of a sudden going there and talking back to Yahuwah? He told him that he was going to harden Pharaoh's heart and he wasn't going to let his people go, but he would, in the end, he would let them go and they would leave Egypt with great wealth. Yahushua, Moses crumbling. He's not trusting Yahuwah. He's not believing Yahuwah. He done forgot what Yahuwah said. What's happening? Go ahead, Talitha.
It's just that man is so limited by his, like, we're just so limited, you know, we can't, the endurance, we don't, like, it's difficult. Mm-hmm. You know, we're not Elohim. So
hard to go through the steps, huh?
That's right. So even though, like, he already knew everything that was going to happen ahead of time, you know, he knew all of these things, and yet he still, throughout the whole thing, was kind of like trying to back out of stuff, back out of doing anything.
Yeah, he was.
You know, and it's not that, I don't know, I don't see it as him not trusting, because he believed in Yahuwah, but at the same time, not trusting his own ability, I guess. I don't know. But kind of cowardice, even in a sense.
What's that?
A little bit cowardice, even in a sense.
Like a little bit. Go ahead, Ross.
I see it as that he didn't realize that part was going to happen. He knew what Yahuwah had told him, but he didn't think it through about what the ways of, you know, how the Pharaoh was going to come after the children of Yahuwah. He didn't realize that was going to happen. You know, that they were going to get more work on them. They were going to get more of everything done to them because of everything going on.
This almost cracks me up. Go ahead, Phyllis.
That's a very good point, Sister Ross. And he caved under the weight of the condemnation of his own people. He couldn't stand what it was doing to them.
So isn't this a way that the Father was strengthening him too, like he's doing to us now?
Go ahead, Talitha.
I mean, I see that also, but I also see that he, like, I don't know, because you guys are coming from an angle of, like, that it was more because of the other people, but I see it more of because of, you know, him carrying that whole load and not being Yahuwah, so not able to see the future. So, but he has to go through this step of where everyone's kind of like at him, complaining to him, just like, you know, when they were walking in the desert, it was the same. Everyone's complaining, well, why did you even bring us out of Mitzrayim, right? Like, but they're not complaining to Yahuwah. They're like, all the burden is now lying on him, and he's just not seeing how that's going to change. I don't know. I feel like it has more to do with his own ability to not kind of overcome that, as opposed to his compassion for the other people. I think, yeah, probably he also has that, but I see it as just like he can't take the burden of the people. So he's like crying out, like, what's going on? Why are you doing this to these people? Like, you know, because he's the one who looks bad. That's where I said it was similar to Jonah, because in the same thing, he like doesn't want to be the one that says to do this, and then everyone sees that he's wrong because he's the one who looks bad now. Like, I don't know. I see a little bit of a selfish thing there.
Yeah, where he says, "And you have not delivered your people at all," makes me think that he thought this was going to be a real fast ordeal. He didn't realize, that it was going to be, extended out over a longer period of time. And maybe that's what's causing him to say what he's saying, because he thought he's going to go in there, get it done real fast, and get back out of there. And all of a sudden, now it's drawing out, and he wasn't prepared for that. Maybe, I don't know. That's what it seems like. And you have not delivered your people at all, almost like he thought it was going to happen fast. Go ahead, Ross.
I mean, I see what you're saying being combined with what I'm saying and what Phyllis said, that he didn't think past the fact that, of what he was saying. He just was thinking as everything is being literal and not spiritual as coming attacking afterwards more. So I think it's that he's aggravated because he didn't see that in the first place, or didn't realize it at himself. He's aggravated at himself because the Father knows everything of what's going to happen. He knew that Musha was going to come and get aggravated at him, So I see it that he is like Yonah, that he's being disobedient because he's questioning the Father Yahuwah. But then he also must realize, and should have realized, but he didn't, that he, he should have seen more into it and knows that the Father is everything, but again, I still see it also that he was talking to him like we're talking to each other. He was talking to the Father like he was right next to him as a friend. Because when we pray, that's what we're supposed to do, is talk to him like he's next to us.
Sandra?
I kind of see all points that have been made, but I was also seeing, remember when the Talmud thought when Yahusha came that he was going to restore the kingdom, tear down the Romans and set them up. So their perception, Yahuwah is going through a discipline. He's disciplining them and he's conditioning them for to establish his kingdom through them. And this is the process in which to go through. So they're in the proving ground right now. And remember when Yahusha, I saw Moshe's prayer is when you remember when Yahusha said, "Oh, if it be any other way, let this cup pass from me." And so I kind of see that is how Moshe is talking to the Father. I thought this was just gonna be done with. What's going on now? I don't see the full plan here. And at the same time, he's executing his plan. He allowed Pharaoh to press up on the people more to bring about their complaint. And he allowed Musha to hear their complaint. So he's healing them as well as Musha with this plan. In other words, everything is happening for his purpose. This is how I'm doing it. I'm doing it this way, not the way you think.
Go ahead, Talita.
Yeah, and also so there's two things. One thing is this is also a training for Musha, right? Because now there's still a lot more to come that he has to go through. So So, you know, he's not letting him out so easily. But at the same time, like, think about it. Those people go through this like extreme oppression, and still, even though they went through that, like later we're going to see, still when they're walking through the desert, they're still grumbling and complaining and thinking, oh, they'd rather be in Mitzrayim. So imagine if they didn't even ever feel that oppression. You know, it would be probably a couple days and they'd be already running back there. So I don't know. I think like later it makes also sense that he puts more of that pressure on them.
Yeah, chapter 6 would help us out quite a bit, but go ahead, Ross.
It all comes down to showing his power, that he can do everything, and that he's the one, you know, causing it all, and he's the one going to fix it all.
That would point toward trust, like you know, Moses isn't quite trusting Yahuwah.
Trying to build trust. I agree with you. He's trying to build their trust.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to build that trust.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody else have thoughts and comments, questions on this? No, we're gonna cut that short right there, man. And hold that thought and think about it. And we'll come back in to see what happens in chapter 6 next week. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions about today's study at all? Any thoughts, comments, questions about last night's study at all? All right.
I thought it was really good. All of it, today and last night, as I always do, but
Yeah, I got a lot out of it myself. Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I guess Joe, get us out of here, man.
Right. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Got a crick in my throat. I praise Yahuwah. That sounded great to him. Hallelujah.
Praise Yahuwah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Love you all.
Love y'all.
Love y'all.
Too.
See you next week.
Love you
See
all.
you, Mark.
Bye.
Bye, Mark. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, Sarah.
Lana talk.
Speedy says bye.
Bye. Take care, guys.
Bye, June.
Good to see you guys.
Bye, Joe.
Love
Bye,
you.
Joe.
Miss you. We love
Hey,
you.
Joe, you're letting your beard grow. What's going on?